430 are children. Further, at least 247 journalists and 540 aid or humanitarian workers have been killed since October 7th, 2023. Madam President, in this morbid scenario, we must remind ourselves that this is not a video game. This is not science fiction, and Palestinians are not imaginary people. They are human beings deserving of our collective respect, independence, and protection. Recognizing the fact of the shared humanity of both Israelis and Palestinians should cause us to value equally the life of an Israeli and the life of a Palestinian. This would lead naturally to the fostering of dialogue and peaceful solutions to ensure security and stability for all parties involved, because respecting human rights and protecting all civilian lives must remain at the forefront of international efforts to resolve the conflict constructively. Madam President, St. Lucia's position is abundantly clear that there is an urgent need to put an end to the intolerable and significant human suffering, civilian casualties, and widespread destruction. And St. Lucia joins with the majority of member states which continue to call for de-escalation, dialogue, and adherence to international law to prevent further loss of life and foster a sustainable path toward peace. The Palestinians must have their own state and full membership to the United Nations alongside the State of Israel. The only way for Israel to have secure borders is for the Palestinian people to live in their own internationally recognized homeland in accordance with the universal right to self-determination. Peace in the Middle East can only come from this, not from bombs and wars, and terrorism and genocide and illegal settlements. Madam President, clearly, lasting peace cannot be secured on the basis of extremism. It must be pursued on the premise of mutual respect for the lives of both Israelis and Palestinians. Madam President, I speak to you today as one who's conscious of how the transatlantic slave trade inflicted unimaginable suffering, dehumanization, and economic exploitation upon millions of Africans. This is why we are adamant about our just cause for reparations from Europe for the African slave trade, which are a moral imperative rooted in justice and acknowledgement of profound historical injustices that have long-lasting consequences. Unsurprisingly, St. Lucia will sustain its condemnation of the atrocities being committed against the Palestinian people, rooted in decades of oppression, including the systemic undermining of Palestinian statehood. Madam President, since 1992, the United Nations General Assembly has consistently and overwhelmingly voted for the removal of the economic sanctions imposed by the United States on Cuba. It is time for all to respect and uphold the will of the General Assembly. Madam President, St. Lucia has consistently called for an end to the U.S. embargo on Cuba and its removal from the list of state sponsors of terrorism, because we embrace the view that engaging Cuba diplomatically rather than isolating it would unlock opportunities to foster regional cooperation, critical for long-term peace and development in the Caribbean, as well as to create an improved security architecture for the entire hemisphere. This pragmatic approach aligns with global efforts to promote sovereignty, respect, and mutual understanding, demonstrating that diplomacy and constructive dialogue are more effective strategies than universal sanctions. Madam President, ending Russia's war in Ukraine is essential to restoring peace, respecting sovereignty, and preventing further humanitarian catastrophe. The ongoing conflict has caused immense loss of life, displacement of millions, and widespread destruction, destabilizing the region and threatening global security. Hence, ceasing hostilities would demonstrate respect for international law and sovereignty, encouraging negotiations over continued violence. Madam President, renewing our commitment to multilateralism also means that member states must take measures to reduce tensions and settle disputes in areas where, if not checked, conflict and war would prevail. It is for this reason that St. Lucia renews calls for the United Nations to allow Taiwan to meaningfully participate in the UN system. And I state categorically, Madam President, that UN Resolution 2758 of 1971 does not preclude Taiwan's inclusion and participation in the United Nations system. Madam President, Haiti faces an unprecedented humanitarian crisis marked by political instability, widespread poverty, environmental degradation, and a fragile healthcare system, all compounded by intractable gang violence. Hence, the urgent need for international support is critical to prevent further deterioration of living conditions, protect vulnerable populations, and restore law and order, as well as basic services like education and healthcare. Without immediate action, Haiti risks spiraling into deeper chaos, increased violence, and prolonged suffering that will destabilize the region and undermine global efforts for stability and development. This is why St. Lucia is extremely concerned that the multinational security support mission is woefully short of the personnel and equipment it needs to effectively pursue its mandate. Of the $900 million the UN anticipated raising for Haiti, only 9.2% of this has been received. The UN Secretary General has best described this, and I quote, as shamefully overlooked and woefully underfunded, unquote. Madam President, on the 29th of January 2014, the leaders of the Community of Latin America and Caribbean states declared our region as a zone of peace. It was a declaration based on a commitment to upholding the principles of the UN Charter. It was based on the understanding that peace was necessary for the development of the peoples of the region, and that peace in the region contributed to international peace and security. As recently as the 13th of June this year, at the Brazil Caribbean Summit in Brasilia, the heads of government reaffirmed their commitment to maintaining the region as a zone of peace. It is in this context, therefore, that St. Lucia, like other CARICOM member states, views with concern recent developments in the region which have aggravated tensions between Venezuela and the United States. We pray, Madam President, that this tension does not degenerate into violence, hence maintaining our region as a zone of peace. It is also in the context of the Latin American and Caribbean region as a zone of peace that St. Lucia is concerned over developments between Venezuela and the CARICOM member state of Guyana in relation to the border dispute between the two countries. St. Lucia urges the non-use of force on that issue and reliance on the multilateral mechanisms that are in place for resolving it. St. Lucia prioritizes diplomacy over violence, believing dialogue fosters peaceful coexistence and safeguards sovereignty. Small nations like ours can advocate effectively through non-violent diplomacy, demonstrating its moral and pragmatic strength, Madam President. Consequently, Madam President, we have a moral obligation to promote peace, development, and human rights through collective leadership rooted in respect, diplomacy, and multilateral cooperation. However, Madam President, we have to accept that the UN's commission is being ignored and disrespected when we witness the undeniable genocide that is being committed against the people of Palestine. Further, the recent attacks on Iran, Syria, Lebanon, and Qatar speak to the violation of the UN Charter, which has now become normalized. We cannot deny that the UN's commission is being snubbed and disregarded when, after 3 years, Russia continues to flout international law and the UN Charter with its unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. Similarly, the UN's commission is also being ignored in the 63-year-old unproductive economic embargo that has been imposed on the government and people of Cuba, despite the many UN resolutions calling for its removal. And we have to agree that the UN's commission is being disregarded in the conflict in the Sudan. These shocks to the UN's commission should be of concern to all member states, but they are of particular concern to all small island developing states like St. Lucia, not just because these conflicts threaten world peace in general, but because they are symptomatic of a departure from multilateralism and the adoption of an outdated notion that might is right. Clearly, Madam President, violence is not in consonance with the requirements of our times. In fact, it is abundantly clear that military dominance, which is an expired currency of a bygone era, is not moral tender and cannot purchase peace and stability in the contemporary global political environment. The old military order, though fraught with contradictions, is pregnant with renewal. Without guidance, its offspring may be disfigured by conflict. But with diplomacy as the midwife, this troubled gestation can deliver a new era of peace and stability. The world's intolerance for the carnage in Gaza and the West Bank is symptomatic of its resentment for needless bloodshed. While military dominance enables death and destruction, it cannot resolve the spectrum of challenges that we as a global family are called upon to confront within the framework of our integrated whole. So, Madam President, the UN 80 initiative is essential to revitalize the UN's effectiveness amid crisis, enhancing multilateralism to restore trust and address issues like climate change and inequality. Madam President, despite challenges like limited enforcement, vetoes, and geopolitical interests, the UN remains a valuable conflict resolution tool. We should leverage the UN to advance economic and social priorities and a stronger international response to global issues. Hence, a new model for the United Nations should prioritize reforming its decision-making processes to enhance efficiency, accountability, and inclusivity, addressing current limitations like veto power and bureaucratic inertia. This model would shift towards a more equitable representation, empowering developing countries and marginalized groups, ensuring their voices influence global solutions. It would strengthen the UN's capacity for rapid response to crises, integrating innovative approaches like technology and multi-stakeholder partnerships. By fostering transparency and accountability, this new model would rebuild global trust, making the UN a more effective, responsive, and equitable platform for advancing peace, sustainable development, and human rights in an increasingly interconnected world. This model, Madam President, will give birth to an international environment of peace, of the absence of major conflicts and wars, of the decline of unilateralism, of a greater function in multilateralism that protects us from climate change and climate injustice, from the scourge of illegal weapons smuggled into our countries, an international environment where nations honor their financial commitments and responsibilities and respond and respect and promote human rights that supports our efforts at regional integration. Madam President, as I prepare to close, this model would be a fine testament that after 80 years, multilateralism would be in a good place, and that with the United Nations, we can expect that in the years ahead, there will be more peace, greater development, and the prevalence of human rights. Let us choose it, my dear brothers and sisters. Let us reach for it, my dear brothers and sisters, because after all, in the words of Buckminster Fuller, we are called to be architects of the future, not its victims. Madam President, I yield the floor.
I thank the Minister for External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation and Diaspora Affairs of St. Lucia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mulambo Hamakuni Haimbe, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Zambia.
Your Excellency, Madam Annalena Baerbock, President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates. I am honored to address this August Assembly on behalf of Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia. Allow me, at the outset, to congratulate you, Madam President, on your election to the presidency of the 80th session of the General Assembly. The choice of theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, is timely as it underscores the need for us to work together for the common good in the face of multiple global challenges. In this regard, Zambia reaffirms its faith in multilateralism and the United Nations Charter, a key foundation for our shared commitment to international peace and cooperation. Over the past 8 decades, the United Nations has been the cornerstone of global peace, security, and cooperation. It has helped prevent major conflicts, advanced decolonization, supported peacekeeping missions, and played a leading role in advancing global action in public health, education, and humanitarian relief that have saved countless lives. Through initiatives such as the Sustainable Development Goals, it has mobilized nations to reduce poverty, improve public health and education, as well as promoted gender equality. We also note that peace is intrinsically intertwined with development, as there can be no sustainable development in the absence of peace. Therefore, the UN's efforts at peace building and peacekeeping are very critical for the development of all regions of the world, even those seemingly distant from the war front. We recognize, however, that the UN has been slow to react to some of the conflict situations which has led to serious humanitarian crises. We also acknowledge the need for key reforms and genuine inclusiveness, particularly for Africa, whose voice remains stifled after 8 decades. We must reflect on this and other areas that could be enhanced. Those challenges remain. The United Nations has proved that multilateralism can deliver tangible progress for humanity. We are confident that the Pact for the Future and the Declaration on Future Generations agreed upon during the 79th session renews our hope and solidarity to sustain the momentum of the past 80 years. Madam President, as we undertake these reforms, it will be important to ensure that the pursuit of efficiency should not be at the expense of the United Nations' reach and impact on the interests of developing countries, particularly those facing the largest implementation gaps in the SDGs. The UN 80 initiative must strengthen delivery in the three core pillars of the United Nations of peace and security, development and human rights. We must preserve those parts of the UN that work. For instance, the resident coordinator system has helped coordinate various UN development agencies to ensure they work together effectively, efficiently, and transparently in supporting the host governments achieve SDGs. These reforms must serve to strengthen the RC system. Madam President, we meet at a critical moment when escalation in geopolitical tensions pose a significant threat to the gains made in the 80 years of the United Nations' existence. This exacerbates the existing challenges and places multilateralism under threat. Further, we have witnessed how challenges such as ongoing conflict situations, climate shocks, and the pandemic have negatively impacted the global economy. It is therefore clear that a short period of war or crisis can erase decades of development gains. We therefore categorically condemn war and aggression and urge all parties in conflict to choose diplomacy over violence. Allow me to re-echo President Hakainde Hichilema's constant reminder to the world that instability anywhere is instability everywhere. Zambia therefore remains an advocate for peace, human rights, good governance, and inclusive development for a strengthened multilateral system. Further, we remain committed to the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. Zambia has been actively engaged in regional peace efforts. We continue to support the work of the African Union and regional organizations in mediation and peacekeeping, including in the Horn of Africa and the Great Lakes region. Here at the United Nations, we as African nations count on the continued support of the international community in initiatives to silence the guns in Africa and resolve conflict worldwide for a more secure world. Madam President, inspired by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and our national vision, we have undertaken bold reforms to improve the lives of our people, even as we recover from the devastating drought that affected our country in 2024. A cornerstone of our strategy is investing in our people, especially the youth. Believing that education is the greatest equalizer, our government introduced free primary and secondary education for all children, recruited a number of teachers to improve the quality of education. We further recognize that a healthy population underpins productivity and inclusive growth. Zambia therefore remains steadfast in its pursuit of health for all, by building resilience, equitable and accessible health systems. We are expanding infrastructure, providing essential supplies, and deploying thousands of health workers to underserved areas, among other interventions. While we recognize the changing landscape in official development assistance, we call on development partners to continue their efforts to support HIV/AIDS programs, especially with antiretroviral therapy, so that countries such as Zambia that have made progress in the fight against HIV do not regress on account of funding constraints. We therefore look forward to upcoming World Social Summit in Qatar, that will accord us an opportunity to engage on key social development issues and advance social progress, ensuring that no one is left behind in the global sustainable development journey. We urge all member states and development partners to prioritize health spending as a strategic investment because human capital is the greatest asset of any nation. Madam President, to protect the most vulnerable, Zambia has scaled up safety nets. Our social cash transfer program now reaches over 6.5% households. This and other complementary initiatives such as food security packs and skills training has been crucial in cushioning families from shocks and lifting communities out of extreme poverty. Madam President, we believe that empowering women is more than just a moral duty. When women thrive, families prosper and nations advance. We therefore place women and youth at the center of our transformation through affirmative measures that enhance women's participation in decision-making and protect their careers and families. We continue to lead efforts to eliminate gender-based violence and child marriage through strengthening laws and community awareness programs. We call on the international community to redouble efforts towards gender equality, especially as we commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Women's Conference and Beijing Program of Action. Madam President, Zambia's economy, like many other developing countries, has endured turbulent times in recent years. Upon assuming office, our government's highest priority was to restore macroeconomic stability, which we are steadily delivering. We implemented difficult but necessary reforms to restructure our public debt in order to create fiscal space. This debt restructuring, alongside our ongoing IMF-supported program, has put Zambia firmly on a path to debt sustainability and renewed investor confidence. However, stabilizing the economy is only the first step. We equally focused on reigniting growth and economic transformation through diversification. Madam President, the existential threat of climate change looms over all our aspirations. Despite our minimal contribution to global emissions, many developing countries often experience increased frequency of climate shocks, such as droughts and destructive floods. In this regard, we look ahead with a hope to the upcoming COP30 in Brazil, which will mark the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. This milestone conference must be a turning point from promises to action. Zambia has submitted its revised National Determined Contribution, NDC 3.0, and we therefore encourage other countries to do the same with enhanced ambition to be within the reach of the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal. We must act now to limit global warming and to adapt to its effects. Let us summon the political will for bold action that safeguards the planet for future generations. Madam President, 5 years to the year 2030, only 17% of SDGs are on track. We also note that several developing countries remain fiscally constrained in directing sufficient resources towards SDGs on account of increasing debt burdens, highlighting the need to strengthen mechanisms for resolving debt crises. Against this backdrop, Zambia was privileged to have co-facilitated the outcome document of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, which unanimously adopted the Seville Commitment. This outcome has renewed global consensus to close the $4 trillion annual SDG financing gap. It is now time to move from commitments to action. We call on all nations, development banks, and the private sector to align their policies and investments with the SDGs. Official development assistance, a lifeline for less developed countries, must be protected. There is need to scale up domestic resource mobilization, embracing innovative financing mechanisms, tackling illicit financial flows, and promoting private sector involvement. Madam President, for too long, the current international financial architecture has perpetuated structural inequalities, particularly for developing countries. The post-war institutions designed to promote global economic stability and growth no longer reflect today's geopolitical and economic realities. Many African countries continue to bear the weight of unsustainable debt, limited access to concessional financing, and the effects of global shocks beyond their control, from climate change to pandemics and global conflicts. We therefore welcome the commitments from various stakeholders for comprehensive reform of the global financial system. This reform should include governance reform of global financial institutions to strengthen representation of developing countries in international economic decision-making. Zambia further welcomes initiatives such as the Borrowers Forum to ensure fair and timely resolution of debt. Madam President, Zambia is both a least developed country, LDC, and a landlocked, or as we prefer, land-linked developing country, an LLDC. These two categories of countries face unique structural challenges. In July 2025, Zambia was privileged to host the LDC Future Forum in Lusaka, whose insights on building resilience to shocks and the need for innovation to address challenges were empowering. During the conference, our Republican President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, underscored the need for LDCs to build resilience by being more proactive and self-reliant. As a landlocked country, Zambia welcomes the Awaza Program of Action, which prioritizes structural transformation, trade facilitation, regional connectivity, resilience, and ICT infrastructure, which reflect our own priorities. We also welcome the Awaza's call for innovative financing. Landlocked need not mean isolated and encased. I repeat, Madam President, landlocked need not mean isolated and encased. As our President fondly states, LLDCs can become land-linked rather than landlocked, and we in Zambia are committed to making this vision a reality. Allow me to appeal, Madam President, that even as we reform the office of the High Representative for landlocked, for less developed countries, landlocked countries, and SIDS must be maintained. It is of imperative importance. Madam President, the theme of this session, Better Together, also compels us to reflect on the United Nations' readiness to address today's complex challenges. The Security Council's current composition and working methods reflect a bygone era and are overdue for reform. Decisions on critical peace and security issues are all too often stalled by the veto power of a few, even when the wider membership speaks clearly. Africa, with 1.4 billion people, still has no permanent seat, a historical injustice that must be rectified. Zambia therefore reaffirms the Common Africa position on Security Council reform as set out in the El Zulwini Consensus and the Sirte Declaration. We call for comprehensive reform that expands both permanent and non-permanent membership to make the Council more equitable, effective, and reflective of today's world. Madam President, Excellencies, 80 years ago, the world emerged from war with a promise to never again allow division and destruction to define our collective future. That promise is being tested today. Let this 80th General Assembly be remembered as a turning point where the world chose solidarity over silence, justice over inertia, and unity over division. We must act not out of fear, but out of hope, not in isolation, but in solidarity, as we are better together. Madam President, Your Excellencies, I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Zambia. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Anita Anund, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Canada.
President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let me, Madam President, congratulate you on your election as President. Since the end of the Second World War, multilateral institutions have helped to make our world safer and more prosperous. More than 1 billion people have been lifted out of extreme poverty. Famine and disease have declined. We see shared effort leading to shared prosperity. Pourtant, aujourd'hui, ce système multilatéral est menacé, certains pays se tournant vers le protectionnisme et l'unilatéralisme. Partout dans le monde, le paysage géopolitique est instable, les puissances se déplaçant d'une manière qui met en péril notre sécurité et notre prospérité. Nous sommes confrontés à des défis qu'aucun pays ne peut relever seul. Permettez-moi de commencer par le Canada lui-même, car la force que nous apportons à l'étranger commence par notre résilience chez nous. Canada is a proudly bilingual, resilient, dynamic democracy spanning 3 oceans, blessed with natural resources, and above all, defined by the ingenuity of our people. Our scientists are leaders in artificial intelligence and clean technology. Our workers are partnering in the global energy transition. Our entrepreneurs are advancing critical minerals, agriculture, and digital innovation. Canada is home to Indigenous peoples and to immigrants from every corner of the globe. Let me say a few words about Indigenous peoples on the eve of Canada's National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. The voices of Indigenous peoples enrich our democracy at home and diplomacy abroad. Leur leadership façonne la voie suivie par le Canada et renforce notre place dans le monde. Le Canada défend depuis longtemps la coopération, la diplomatie et le droit international. Qu'il s'agisse de promouvoir les opérations de maintien de la paix de l'ONU pendant la crise de Suez ou de mener le traité d'Ottawa interdisant les mines antipersonnelles, le Canada a toujours été un leader innovant sur les questions mondiales. Cet esprit continue de nous guider. Canada does not shrink from global challenge. Canada does not retreat from duty. Canada does not walk away from building and strengthening peace. Even as the world changes, Canada remains a stable and reliable partner, both in business and collective security. At its core, our foreign policy rests on 3 pillars. First, defense and security, keeping Canadians safe, strengthening our sovereignty, being good allies and partners in NATO and NORAD. Second, economic resilience, diversifying trade, strengthening supply chains, being an attractive destination for capital, and an entrusted trading partner while advancing rules-based trade. And third, core values, promoting democracy and pluralism, balancing and maintaining human rights, fostering gender equality, protecting our environment, and working with Indigenous partners on sustainable development and prosperity while safeguarding our environment. But we face a changed reality. Rising unilateralism and protectionism weaken multilateral institutions and the rule of law, the very bedrock of the post-war order. À eux seuls, en 2024, 300 millions de personnes ont eu besoin d'aide humanitaire. 120 millions ont été déplacés. Plus de 40 millions étaient des réfugiés. Les conflits coûtent 14 000 milliards de dollars par an à l'économie mondiale. Chaque chiffre ne représente pas seulement une statistique, mais un enfant, une famille, une communauté. Chacun d'entre eux témoigne de la raison pour laquelle nous devons collectivement respecter la Charte des Nations Unies, les conventions de Genève, la Convention relative au statut des réfugiés et les droits de la personne. In the face of these stark realities, retreat is not an option. Canada will not turn inward. Canada will work to reform and strengthen multilateral institutions such as the United Nations so that they are more resilient and more effective in meeting the challenges of today and tomorrow. Canada is an Arctic nation. In the Arctic, a critical part of Canada and the world, climate change and new geopolitical pressures create both risks and responsibilities. Canada will safeguard its sovereignty, modernize NORAD with the United States, bolster NATO with fellow members, and work with Indigenous peoples to ensure that the Arctic remains a region of peace, cooperation, and sustainable development. The challenges to security are not confined to our own borders. Russia's 2022 illegal full-scale invasion of Ukraine stands as a grave breach of the UN Charter. Russia's aggression, attacks on civilians, and abduction of children are flagrant violations of international law. Putin believed Ukraine would fall in 3 days. 3.5 years later, Ukraine still stands, its sovereignty intact, its people unbowed, its courage unbroken. Canada's position is clear. Putin cannot be permitted to redraw boundaries at his will. Might does not make right. Ukraine is not backing down, nor will its friends, including Canada. En soutenant l'Ukraine, nous ne défendons pas seulement une nation, nous défendons les principes fondamentaux de souveraineté, de dignité et de paix qui nous unissent tous. Le Canada s'est déjà engagé à verser 22 milliards de dollars en aide multiforme à l'Ukraine et ils peuvent compter sur notre soutien à long terme. Ici, à l'ONU, la semaine dernière, le Premier ministre Carney et le président Zelensky ont réaffirmé notre engagement commun partagée par bon nombre d'entre vous, à ramener les enfants ukrainiens chez eux. In the Middle East, the October 7th terrorist attack by Hamas on Israeli civilians was absolutely horrific. Hamas is a terrorist organization and an impediment to peace. Canada calls on Hamas to lay down its weapons and to release all remaining hostages immediately. The scope of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is catastrophic and requires urgent action. Canada has committed over $340 million in humanitarian aid, and our Canadian Armed Forces have participated in airdrops. We call on Israel to help protect the civilian population in Gaza, to open land corridors for unimpeded access of humanitarian aid at scale, and to ensure that healthcare facilities are fully protected. The two-state solution is eroding, as is evident in Israel's illegal expansion of West Bank settlements. Canada's recognition of Palestine last week reflects long-standing Canadian policy based on the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and our commitment to a two-state solution, a future where Israelis and Palestinians live side by side in peace and security. We support partners in the region who continue their efforts to reach a ceasefire as soon as possible and to contribute to the political processes that must follow. Canada will participate in these processes in every way that we can. We are committed to efforts to strengthen the capacity of the Palestinian Authority, working collaboratively with partners in the region. En Haïti, la violence détruit des vies et de la stabilité. Le Canada appuie les efforts déployés au Conseil de sécurité des Nations unies pour établir une nouvelle mission visant à éliminer la violence et des gangs, à rétablir la gouvernance et à ouvrir la voie à une démocratie stable et à une plus grande sécurité régionale. Ces luttes ne sont pas lointaines. Dans le monde interconnecté d'aujourd'hui, les conflits qui éclatent n'importe où dans le monde nous touchent tous. In today's uncertain global economy, Canada's diplomacy is also focused on delivering growth and economic resilience for our people. To grow our economy and create opportunities for our businesses, Canada is deepening partnerships in Europe, the Indo-Pacific, the Americas, and Africa. Recent progress includes a strategic defense partnership with the European Union, the Canada-Indonesia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, signed just last week, expanded agreements with Mexico, and continued leadership through key trade agreements such as the CPTPP and CETA. These are not just trade agreements. These are bridges of resilience, engines of prosperity, and commitments to the rules-based system that benefits us all. Through multilateralism, we can build an inclusive and sustainable global economy. And when multilateral institutions are under threat, Canada will not turn inward. We will lock arms with our partners to strengthen institutions, building their legitimacy and their efficacy to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. We are determined to forge new economic partnerships and leverage our competitive advantages in areas of economic strength. Canada will ensure that we utilize our diplomatic efforts abroad to the benefit of domestic interests as well. Alors que nous cherchons tous à renforcer la résilience, la sécurité et la croissance économique de nos peuples, nous ne pouvons pas renoncer aux institutions et aux processus multilatéraux. Le multilatéralisme reste notre meilleur espoir pour résoudre les défis mondiaux. Plutôt que de renoncer aux normes internationales, nous devons renforcer le multilatéralisme en réformant les institutions internationales. Ce n'est qu'ainsi que les institutions internationales pourront relever les défis auxquels nous sommes tous confrontés, tout en livrant des résultats pour nos nations et nos peuples. We all have an opportunity to act with pragmatism and flexibility in our efforts to deal with collective challenges. That is good advice for all of us in our chamber here today. We need to bring together the representatives of those countries and entities that are both relevant to and affected by the crises at hand. As we have seen with the Coalition of the Willing for Ukraine, these efforts in support of the UN Charter need to become the new norm so that we can move forward on urgent challenges at scale and at speed. A generation of Canadians, including Canada's fierce and inspiring ambassador to the United Nations, Bob Rae, who has provided a lifetime of dedicated service to our country, helped to build these multilateral institutions. And I pay tribute to Bob for his lifetime of dedicated service to our country. Our goal will always be to prevent and to resolve international conflicts while modernizing global institutions so that they can meet the challenges of the future. To close, Canada is committed to leaving future generations not only a safer, more prosperous, more inclusive, and more peaceful world, but also a more sustainable one. Canada will be defined not by the strength of our values, but by the value of our strength. We know that no country can meet today's challenges alone. As former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan once said, in an era of global challenges, the world needs multilateralism now more than ever. No nation can solve its problems alone. This is the spirit of Canada, and Canadians are rising to the challenge. We will work toward a world where prosperity is shared, security is collective, and peace is lasting. This is Canada's pledge in this era of geopolitical challenge and change. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Miigwech.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Canada. I now give the floor to His Excellency Javier Bosoto, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Honduras.
Señora Presidenta de la Asamblea General, señor Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas, Excelencias, distinguidos jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, embajadores, autoridades, honorables delegados, señoras y señores. Inicio este mensaje en nombre del Gobierno de la República de Honduras y en voz de la Presidenta Iris Xiomara Castro Sarmiento, primera mujer en liderar los destinos de nuestra nación, quien con firmeza reconoce la trascendencia histórica de esta Asamblea General, que conmemora 80 años de existencia de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas. 8 décadas han transcurrido desde que la humanidad, tras el horror de 2 guerras mundiales, decidió levantar un nuevo edificio jurídico, moral y político para preservar la paz, proteger los derechos fundamentales y construir un desarrollo equitativo entre los pueblos. Hoy, en 2025, nos convoca la urgencia de revisar si aquella promesa fundacional sigue siendo cumplida o, peor aún, si corre el riesgo de ser vaciada de contenido frente a los desafíos inéditos del siglo XXI. Señora Presidenta, el mundo no está en paz. El genocidio en Gaza, la devastación en Ucrania, crisis persistentes y violentas especialmente en Oriente Medio, África y Haití, el peligroso negocio armamentista del capitalismo global son una muestra del fracaso del sistema multilateral para cumplir su mandato esencial de alcanzar la paz, prevenir la barbarie, detener el avance de la carrera nuclear que anuncian las grandes potencias como el apocalipsis de la humanidad. Denunciamos con firmeza que las decisiones más trascendentales sobre la paz y la seguridad internacionales siguen secuestradas en manos de 5 miembros permanentes del Consejo de Seguridad. Su poder de veto, convertido en un privilegio anacrónico, han paralizado la acción colectiva y los llamados a la paz en diferentes partes del mundo y permitido cubrir con impunidad a los que cometen crímenes de guerra. La ONU no puede seguir siendo rehén de intereses particulares, ni cómplice por omisión de la destrucción de pueblos enteros. Resulta moralmente inaceptable que mientras se gastan miles de millones en armas, se recorten fondos para operaciones de paz, ayuda humanitaria y desarrollo sostenible. ¿Cómo puede justificarse que la voz de 193 estados que tienen presencia en esta Asamblea General y buscan la paz para poner fin a los diferentes bloqueos de las potencias sea anulada por un solo voto? No podemos continuar sosteniendo un orden global cimentado en el privilegio y la desigualdad que provoca el sufrimiento de millones de pobres en el mundo. Si queremos que las Naciones Unidas sobreviva como garante de la paz y no como un espectador imponente, es imperativo reformar su Carta Constitutiva. Por ello, Honduras se une al clamor del sur global que exige una transformación estructural de la Carta de Naciones Unidas, democratizando el Consejo de Seguridad para devolverle legitimidad, eficacia y justicia a la cumbre de las naciones del mundo. Proponemos con claridad, como primer punto, ampliar la composición de miembros permanentes y no permanentes, asegurando una representación regional equitativa. Segundo, eliminar el derecho a veto, sobre todo cuando se busca la paz, se exige el alto al fuego o se impide actuar frente a genocidios, crímenes de guerra o violaciones masivas de derechos humanos. Tercero, fortalecer el rol de la Asamblea General, dotándola de un mayor poder vinculante en las decisiones sobre paz, seguridad y desarrollo. Y por último, abrir los espacios de decisión a mujeres, pueblos indígenas, juventudes y diásporas, cuya voz sigue siendo marginada. Honduras no acepta más excusas. No callaremos ante la injusticia. Las normas del orden internacional no pueden seguir siendo definidas por la lógica de la guerra, la hegemonía del capital o la conveniencia estratégica de los más poderosos. Tienen que reflejar el anhelo universal de los pueblos de vivir en paz, en democracia, con dignidad y libertad. Señoras y señores, desde Honduras hemos abrazado con convicción estos principios. En estos 3 años y medio de gobierno democrático, liderado por la presidenta Xiomara Castro Sarmiento, hemos avanzado con paso firme en darle dignidad a nuestra nación por la reconstrucción institucional, la recuperación de nuestra independencia, nuestra soberanía popular y la defensa de los derechos civiles, políticos, ambientales y de los seres humanos. Después de 12 años y 7 meses del golpe de Estado contra el presidente democrático Manuel Zelaya, en Honduras se instaló una narcodictadura, cuyo titular, Juan Orlando Hernández, fue sentenciado en Nueva York y condenado a 45 años de prisión por formar un cartel de narcotráfico para traficar droga hacia Estados Unidos. La corrupción público-privada, la violencia y el deterioro institucional fueron los instrumentos que usó la oligarquía hondureña para continuar explotando nuestros recursos naturales y al pueblo. Nuestro gobierno ha iniciado un proceso de refundación de la patria, una transformación profunda, orientada al bienestar de las mayorías sacrificadas por la narcodictadura e históricamente excluidas por el modelo económico neoliberal. Refundar el Estado ha significado poner la vida por encima del negocio, la educación y la salud por encima de los privilegios. Los avances son claros. La pobreza bajó del 73% en 2021 al 63% en 2024 y la pobreza extrema se redujo del 54% al 40%. Eso significa que más de 1 millón de hondureños dejaron de ser pobres en estos 3 años. La desigualdad también se redujo en casi 6 puntos del índice de Gini, un avance que duplica los gobiernos de la narcodictadura. Mientras tanto, los ingresos del 20% más pobre habían sido sacrificados por el saqueo y el indolente endeudamiento del 600% después del golpe de Estado. En esta administración del socialismo democrático de Xiomara Castro, mejoraron en 150% sus ingresos, al tener acceso a salud, deporte, seguridad, educación, carreteras, agricultura y energía gratis para los pobres. En seguridad, Honduras cerró el 2024 con una tasa de 26 homicidios por cada 100,000 habitantes, la más baja en 20 años. En la lucha contra la corrupción, abrimos las finanzas públicas a la auditoría social. Eliminamos fideicomisos corruptos, recuperamos los bienes públicos. La Ley de Justicia Tributaria enviada al Congreso Nacional es un impulso de una reforma fiscal progresiva que busca redistribuir la riqueza en favor de la educación, la salud, el agro y la protección social, y elimina los privilegios de los 25 grupos económicos y las 10 familias que monopolizan el 80% del Producto Interno Bruto y las exoneraciones fiscales. En materia de género, se amplió la igualdad en la toma de decisiones, al integrar un gabinete con igual representación de hombres y mujeres, así como programas para erradicar la violencia de género. Distinguidos delegados, Honduras está haciendo un gran esfuerzo para recuperar sus bosques con el programa Cero Deforestación al 2030, por el cual hemos creado 3 batallones militares de protección forestal. Honduras no es uno de los países más golpeados, es uno de los países más golpeados por el cambio climático, a pesar de ser entre los que menos contaminan el planeta. Sequías, tormentas devastadoras, pérdida de biodiversidad, desplazamientos forzados, son heridas abiertas que no hemos provocado, pero que pagamos con vidas y con futuro. Esta no es una lucha que podamos enfrentar solos. De la misma manera, rechazamos la visión criminalizante de la migración. Leyes más duras y fronteras más militarizadas. Esa ruta no resuelve nada. Solo perpetúa la tragedia, multiplica el sufrimiento y niega la corresponsabilidad internacional frente a un fenómeno humano y global. Las personas migran por sistemas desiguales que les han fallado por años, no por elección. Criminalizarlas es condenarlas 2 veces, primero a la miseria y luego al destierro. Colegas, nuestra política exterior se sustenta en el respeto irrestricto a la soberanía, la autodeterminación de los pueblos y los derechos humanos. Por ello, denunciamos las sanciones unilaterales e ilegales que estrangulan economías y condenan pueblos a la miseria. Estas medidas, como las impuestas durante décadas contra Cuba, deben terminar de manera inmediata. Condenamos sin reservas y señalamos como inaceptable toda forma de ocupación extranjera y amenazas de injerencia militar en nuestro hemisferio. Acciones como estas consisten en la negación del derecho de los pueblos a constituirse en estados libres y soberanos. Ese derecho es inalienable y su reconocimiento no puede seguir siendo pospuesto ni manipulado. Ninguna justificación retórica puede legitimar la violación de la soberanía ni el sometimiento de las naciones. Es por ello que hoy, ante esta Asamblea General, ratificamos nuestro reconocimiento del Estado de Palestina, en coherencia con el compromiso histórico y con nuestra postura inquebrantable a favor de la paz, la seguridad y la convivencia de 2 estados en el Oriente Medio. Señora Presidenta, señoras y señores delegados, este noviembre Honduras celebrará elecciones generales en el marco de un proceso transparente, inclusivo y democrático. El gobierno de la presidenta Xiomara Castro garantiza la participación libre de todos los sectores políticos, el respeto a las libertades públicas y el acompañamiento de misiones de observación electoral internacionales y regionales. Señora Presidenta, las Naciones Unidas deben atreverse a cambiar para no ser eco del pasado, sino la voz del porvenir. A 80 años de su creación, no basta con conmemorar lo recorrido, es hora de abrir espacios de diálogo, de esperanza, en un mañana mejor que todavía es posible. Muchas gracias.
I thank the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Honduras. I now give the floor to His Excellency Eduard Bizimana, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and Development Cooperation of Burundi.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, distingués délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, je prends la parole au nom du Président de la République du Burundi, Son Excellence Evariste Ndayishimiye, qui m'a fait l'honneur de le représenter à ses assises et ainsi pouvoir exprimer le point de vue du Burundi à l'occasion de ce 80e anniversaire de notre organisation que nous célébrons sous le thème « Unis, plus fort, 80 ans et plus pour la paix, le développement et les droits de l'homme ». Permettez-moi d'abord d'exprimer mes chaleureuses félicitations à Madame Annalena pour sa brillante élection à la présidence de la 80e session de l'Assemblée générale et je puis la rassurer qu'elle a le soutien du Burundi. Par la même occasion, qu'il me soit permis de rendre un hommage mérité à votre prédécesseur, mon frère Philémon Yang, pour ses qualités professionnelles et personnelles admirables et pour la manière exceptionnellement professionnelle avec laquelle il a présidé la 79e session que nous venons de clôturer avec succès. Je salue enfin le courage de M. Antonio Guterres, qui, depuis qu'il est secrétaire général de notre organisation commune, n'a cessé de plaider pour la réforme du système de fonctionnement des Nations Unies afin d'accroître son efficacité et sa crédibilité. Il a également le soutien et les encouragements du Burundi. Il y a 80 ans, l'Organisation des Nations Unies naissait dans un monde ravagé par la guerre, avec pour mission première de préserver la paix, de favoriser la coopération entre les États et de promouvoir les droits de l'homme. Or, eu égard à ce qui se passe aujourd'hui, dans certains coins du monde, il y a lieu de se demander si l'ONU reste sur sa trajectoire. Aujourd'hui, alors que nous célébrons cet anniversaire, je suis honoré de réaffirmer l'attachement du Burundi à ses idéaux fondateurs, ceux-là même qui ont guidé la charte de notre organisation depuis 1945. C'est dire l'importance du thème qui nous rassemble cette année. Loin d'être un simple slogan, ce thème renvoie à une nécessité historique, un engagement moral et une voie incontournable vers un avenir partagé. En effet, depuis sa création, l'ONU a fortement contribué au maintien de la paix, a accompagné des vagues de décolonisation, a mis en avant le droit international et promu l'universalité des droits humains. Elle a favorisé la coopération entre les nations et inspiré des générations de dirigeants et de peuples. Le Burundi, jadis bénéficiaire de cette solidarité internationale, en est aujourd'hui un contributeur actif, que ce soit à travers ses troupes de maintien de la paix, son engagement diplomatique ou sa voix au sein des enceintes multilatérales. Par ailleurs, le Burundi est un exemple vivant de résilience et de paix retrouvée. Notre nation a traversé des moments très difficiles, mais par et grâce à la volonté de son peuple et de ses institutions renforcées, elle a pu tourner la page des conflits et a choisi la voie de la réconciliation, de la stabilité et du respect mutuel. Nous avons mis en place des mécanismes nationaux de justice transitionnelle, avec une commission vérité et réconciliation qui poursuit son travail avec beaucoup de dévouement, de sérieux et de courage pour que les générations futures puissent bâtir des fondations solides sans haine ni esprit de vengeance. En qualité de membre du Conseil des droits de l'homme, le Burundi s'inscrira toujours en faux contre toute forme d'hiérarchisation et instrumentalisation politique des droits de l'homme. À cet égard, nous dénonçons les mécanismes spéciaux qui sont parfois imposés à certains pays, dont le Burundi, pour des raisons plutôt subjectives. C'est pourquoi je réitère la demande du Burundi de retirer l'initiative du mandat du fameux rapporteur spécial des droits de l'homme dans mon pays, qui depuis 10 ans publie des rapports biaisés et tendancieux sur le Burundi, comme si le Burundi et l'OTAN sont depuis lors figés. Monsieur le Président, au Burundi, nous avons fourni des efforts remarquables pour renforcer l'état de droit, lutter contre l'impunité et promouvoir les droits civils, politiques, économiques, sociaux et culturels. Des progrès notables ont été reconnus par plusieurs partenaires, aussi bien bilatéraux que multilatéraux, comme en témoigne notre coopération constructive avec ces derniers. Cependant, le rapporteur spécial ne semble pas remarquer ces avancées. Mais comme chacun le sait, la paix ne saurait être durable sans le développement. C'est pourquoi le Burundi s'est résolument engagé dans la mise en œuvre des objectifs de développement durable avec une attention particulière portée sur l'agriculture en vue d'une réelle sécurité alimentaire. L'accès à l'éducation pour tous, à la santé, à l'énergie, à l'autonomisation des femmes et des jeunes, à la préservation de l'environnement, etc. C'est cet esprit qui fonde notre vision d'un Burundi émergent en 2040 et développé en 2060. Une vision pleinement alignée avec les objectifs de développement durable et qui constitue l'expression concrète de notre volonté de bâtir un avenir où chaque citoyenne, chaque citoyen pourra s'épanouir pleinement et contribuer activement au développement durable de notre pays. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, en célébrant les 8 décennies de notre organisation commune, nous ne pouvons pas fermer les yeux sur les tensions, les conflits ouverts ou latents, les horreurs que nous observons à Gaza, en République démocratique du Congo, au Soudan, au Sahel et bien dans d'autres endroits de la planète. La violence à laquelle nous assistons ces derniers temps, et surtout l'indifférence et le cynisme qui l'accompagnent, ont atteint un tel degré qu'on peut parfois se demander où est passée notre humanité, notre empathie, notre sens du devoir, notre engagement de coopérer pour un monde meilleur. Il faut avoir à la place du cœur une pierre pour rester insensible face aux souffrances qu'endure la population de l'Est de la RDC et de Gaza. Face à cette situation, le Burundi croit profondément que seul un multilatéralisme rénové et équitable peut apporter des réponses durables aux multiples crises auxquelles nous faisons face. Les calculs géopolitiques poussant à l'indifférence, à l'inaction, aux 2 poids 2 mesures ou à l'égoïsme nous conduisent tout droit à l'abîme. C'est pourquoi le Burundi appelle à la paix, à une paix véritable, c'est-à-dire celle qui n'est ni sélective ni sujette à des intérêts égoïstes. La paix que souhaite le Burundi, c'est celle fondée sur le droit international, sur le dialogue, sur le respect de la souveraineté des États. Monsieur le Président, ni la paix ni les droits de l'homme ne sauraient prospérer sans justice sociale, sans équité entre les nations. C'est pourquoi le Burundi se tient aux côtés de ses partenaires africains et plaide pour une représentation plus juste de l'Afrique au sein des instances décisionnelles, notamment au Conseil de sécurité. C'est une condition de légitimité et d'efficacité. Comment tout un continent qui contribue tant à la vie et aux efforts de l'ONU peut être ignoré. L'Afrique reste le seul continent qui, depuis 80 ans, ne dispose pas d'un siège permanent au sein du Conseil de sécurité. À cet égard, le Burundi salue l'ambition portée par l'initiative UN 80 de renforcer l'efficacité, la cohérence et la pertinence du système des Nations Unies. Nous partageons la conviction que 80 ans après sa fondation, notre organisation a besoin d'une modernisation lucide et audacieuse. Toutefois, nous tenons à souligner les préoccupations exprimées par de nombreux pays du Sud global et en particulier d'Afrique. Il est essentiel que cette réforme reste pilotée par les États membres dans un esprit d'équité géographique, de transparence, de multilinguisme et de respect des priorités régionales. Le développement des droits économiques et sociaux, la lutte contre les inégalités, l'action climatique et la solidarité internationale ne doivent en aucun cas être relégués au second plan au nom de la rationalisation. Une ONU plus efficace, oui. Une ONU réduite à une logique technocratique ou budgétaire, non. Par ailleurs, aucune réforme du système des Nations Unies ne pourrait faire l'impasse de la question de sa gouvernance politique. Nous rappelons que la réforme du Conseil de sécurité, attendue depuis des décennies, demeure une exigence de justice. L'Afrique, forte de sa voix unie à travers le consensus des Ulwini, exige de corriger cette injustice historique et d'être représentée équitablement au sein des instances de décision. Ce n'est pas une faveur, mais un droit absolu si l'ONU veut rester cohérente avec elle-même. En résumé, le Burundi appuie une réforme ambitieuse à condition qu'elle soit inclusive, juste, équilibrée et orientée vers les besoins réels des peuples et non façonnée par des priorités extérieures. Monsieur le Président, dans cet élan de refondation du multilatéralisme basé sur la justice, le dialogue et la vérité, la reconnaissance des injustices historiques s'impose comme un socle essentiel pour bâtir une paix durable. C'est pourquoi le Burundi tient à réaffirmer l'importance de la reconnaissance du génocide commis contre les Hutus du Burundi en 1972. Une question déjà portée à l'attention de cette Assemblée générale des Nations unies lors de sa 79e session. La mémoire, la vérité et la réconciliation sont des leviers puissants pour la reconstruction des sociétés et la consolidation de la paix. Le silence ne saurait être une option lorsqu'il s'agit de restaurer la dignité des victimes et de prévenir la répétition des tragédies du passé. Ainsi, le Burundi sollicite humblement le soutien de tous les États membres des Nations unies au processus de reconnaissance de ce génocide. Avant de conclure, Monsieur le Président, je voudrais réaffirmer la volonté du Burundi et son appel à cheminer ensemble pour un avenir commun. Cette 80e session représente bien plus qu'un anniversaire. Elle est un appel. Nous sommes à la croisée des chemins et la 80e session de notre Assemblée générale doit être le moment du sursaut moral, de la refondation solidaire et du rappel de notre humanité commune. L'ONU de demain doit être celle de l'équité, de la justice et de l'action. Elle doit refléter les réalités du monde contemporain, entendre toutes les voix et construire une paix durable pour les générations présentes et à venir, comme le stipule le préambule de la Charte des Nations Unies. Le Burundi est prêt à continuer à apporter sa contribution active à la recherche et au maintien de la paix, à la consolidation des valeurs de développement équitable et inclusif, de la solidarité, de respect mutuel et de coexistence pacifique. Car oui, c'est ensemble, mieux ensemble, que nous pourrons préserver la paix, garantir les droits de l'homme et assurer un avenir digne à nos enfants. Il en va de la crédibilité et du sérieux de notre organisation commune. Je vous remercie, Mesdames et Messieurs.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and Development Cooperation of Burundi. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ahmed Attaf, Minister of State, Minister for Foreign Affairs, National Community Abroad, and African Affairs of Algeria.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سيادة الرئيس، تطفئ منظمتنا الأممية شمعة العقد الثامن من عمرها، وتطفئ الجزائر معها شمعة العقد السابع لتسجيل القضية التحررية الجزائرية على جدول أعمال جمعيتنا هاته. إننا نحيي هاتين الذكرتين وسط واقع دولي بالغ الاضطراب وبالغ الخطورة وبالغ الدقة، واقع دولي تراكمت فيه الأزمات والصراعات في حين غابت الحلول والتسويات، واقع دولي تسارعت فيه الثورات التكنولوجية في شتى أنواعها في حين تعمقت واتسعت الهوة التنموية بين الشمال والجنوب، واقع دولي تكاثرت فيه المواثيق والعهود والالتزامات في حين شح الامتثال لنصها وروحها على حد سواء. أمام هذا المشهد المتأزم تقف منظمتنا الأممية مكبلة الفعل، مغيبة الصوت ومهمشة الدور. مبادئها المكرسة تنتهك، وقراراتها المعتمدة لا تجد طريقا للنفاذ، وتعددية الأطراف التي أرستها يلتف عليها بممارسات أحادية الجانب وبالنزعات الانطوائية والانكفائية. إن المسؤولية، كل المسؤولية تقع علينا نحن الدول الأعضاء في إعادة الاعتبار للقانون الدولي وفي إضفاء الفاعلية المطلوبة على العمل الدولي المتعدد الأطراف، وكذا في تمكين منظمة الأمم المتحدة من استعادة مكانتها بصفتها القلب النابض للنظام الدولي القائم على سيادة الحق والقانون. إن الحديث عن ذكرى تأسيس منظمتنا الأممية لا بد وأن يحيلنا إلى أبرز القضايا القارة على جدول أعمالها، ألا وهي القضية الفلسطينية. فعمر هذه القضية يناهز عمر منظمتنا هاته، والجوهر القانوني لهذه القضية متجذر في مبادئ الميثاق الأممي، وتاريخ هذه القضية محفوظ في أكثر من 1000 قرار ثبت أصولها وأكد أحقيتها وشرعيتها منذ أكثر من 900 قرار تبنته الجمعية العامة، وما يناهز 100 قرار تبناه مجلس الأمن. إن هذه القضية تواجه اليوم الخطر الأعظم في تاريخها، ألا وهو خطر محوها من الوجود عبر ضم الأرض وتهجير الشعب وتضييق الخناق على المؤسسات الشرعية التي تجسدها، وكذا القضاء على حل الدولتين المتوافق عليه بشأنها. بل أن الخطر لم يعد يقف عند أعتاب فلسطين بعد أن صار الاحتلال الإسرائيلي يجاهر بعزمه على إحياء وتفعيل ما يسميه بالمشروع مشروع إسرائيل الكبرى. إن هذه الأوضاع تحمل المجموعة الدولية بأسرها المزيد من المسؤوليات التي لا تقبل التهرب أو التملص أو التخاذل. إنها مسؤولية التحرك لتكون خاتمة العقد الثامن من عمر منظمتنا هاته خاتمة الآلام والمآسي والنكبات المسلطة على الشعب الفلسطيني، وإنها مسؤولية العمل من أجل تجنيب دول الجوار الفلسطيني، لا سيما لبنان وسوريا ومصر والأردن، أهوال ما يتوعدها به المشروع الإسرائيلي التوسعي من تهديدات وأخطار. وإنها مسؤولية السعي للحفاظ على مقومات وركائز حل الدولتين والإسراع بإقامة الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة والسيدة على حدود عام 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشريف، كحل عادل وكحل دائم وكحل نهائي للصراع الإسرائيلي الفلسطيني. إننا وإذ نثمن زخم الاعترافات الدبلوماسية بدولة فلسطين نجدد الدعوة التي أطلقها رئيس الجمهورية السيد عبد المجيد تبون لتمكين دولة فلسطين من العضوية الكاملة بمنظمتنا الأممية. فالعالم بأسره يجب أن يدرك أن قيام الدولة الفلسطينية ليس خياراً بل حتمية مؤكدة، وليس منة بل حق أصيل ومتأصل، وليس رجاء بل شرط أساسي لا غنى عنه ولا مفر منه لاستعادة الأمن والاستقرار بمنطقة الشرق الأوسط بأكملها. من هذا المنظور تتابع الجزائر بالكثير من الاهتمام المفاوضات الجارية تحت رعاية الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية بغرض إنهاء المآسي التي تطال غزة. إن الجزائر تشجع هذه الجهود وتأمل كل الأمل أن تفضي إلى وضع حد للنكبة في غزة على درب التكفل الحقيقي بكل جذور الصراع الإسرائيلي الفلسطيني. إن كر السنين على امتدادها وطولها لا يمكن أن ينال البتة لا من إرادة الشعوب ولا من جوهر قضاياهم ولا من شرعية مطالبهم. 62 عاما مرت على قيام الجمعية العامة بإدراج الصحراء الغربية ضمن قائمة الأقاليم التي تطالب شعوبها بتصفية الاستعمار فيها، و50 عاما مرت على اعتماد مجلس الأمن لأول قرار بشأن الصحراء الغربية، و34 عاما مرت على نشر بعثة الأمم المتحدة للاستفتاء في الصحراء الغربية. الزمن قد يطيل تحقيق الحق، لكنه لا يلغيه، والزمن ليس مسوغا لشرعنة الباطل وإبطال الحق. وهذا المحفل الموقر أصدق شاهد على ذلك من خلال إنصافه لبلدي وشعبه منذ 7 عقود خلت. إن قضية الصحراء الغربية تبقى مطروحة كقضية تصفية استعمار، والشعب الصحراوي يبقى مؤهلا لممارسة حقه غير القابل للتصرف أو التقادم في تقرير مصيره. والأمر الواقع المفروض بالأراضي الصحراوية يبقى احتلالا في نظر القانون الدولي والعقيدة الثابتة للأمم المتحدة. إن الحل الحقيقي المنشود لهذا الصراع لا بد أن يحتكم من وجهة نظرنا إلى 5 ضوابط رئيسية. أولاً، أن يتم هذا الحل تحت رعاية كاملة ودائمة من قبل منظمة الأمم المتحدة. ثانياً، أن يقوم هذا الحل على مفاوضات مباشرة بين طرفي النزاع، المملكة المغربية وجبهة البوليزاريو. ثالثاً، أن يكون هذا الحل من صنع وبلورة طرفي النزاع، لا من إملاء أو فرض أحدهما أو أي أطراف أخرى. رابعاً، أن يتماشى هذا الحل في مضمونه مع مقتضيات العقيدة الأممية لتصفية الاستعمار وإنصاف الشعوب التي ترزح تحت نيره. خامساً وأخيراً، أن يفضي هذا الحل إلى تمكين الشعب الصحراوي من الممارسة الفعلية لحقه في تقرير المصير وفقاً لما تؤكده قرارات الأمم المتحدة ذات الصلة. وفي ذات الجوار المباشر لبلدي تتعمق الأزمة الليبية وتتعقد يوماً بعد يوم في ظل فتور الاهتمام الدولي بها وغياب أي أفق فعلي للتسوية السلمية المنشودة لها. بعد 14 عاماً من نشوب هذه الأزمة، لا يزال هذا البلد الشقيق أسير الانقسامات التي تذكيها وتغذيها وتستثمر فيها التدخلات الأجنبية وفق مخططات لا تمت بصلة لخير ليبيا ولا لأمنها ولا لاستقرارها. ولو كان الأمر بين أيدي الليبيين وأيدي الليبيين وحدهم لكانوا توصلوا إلى وأد الخلافات بينهم وشق الطريق نحو إنهاء الأزمة منذ أمد طويل. لقد آن الأوان لوضع حد نهائي للتدخلات الأجنبية في الشأن الليبي حتى يتمكن هذا الشعب الأبي من تضميد جراحه ولم شمله واستعادة الوحدة بين أبنائه. إذ ذاك وإذ ذاك فقط نكون قد مهدنا الدرب واسعا أمام تسوية توافقية قائمة على إجراء انتخابات رئاسية وبرلمانية يختار عبرها الليبيون ممثليهم ممن يؤمنون ويلتزمون بالمشروع الوطني الليبي الموحد والجامع. أما فيما يخص منطقة الساحل الصحراوي، فالجزائر تجدد التأكيد على التزامها التام وحرصها الكامل على أمن واستقرار جوارها وبناء أفضل العلاقات وأمتنها وأنفعها مع أشقائها وجيرانها كلهم. وهنا ألاحظ أنه وللعام الثاني على التوالي يتجرأ انقلابي من بين الانقلابيين في المالي ومن هذا المنبر على تهجم على الجزائر. إن قمم الوقاحة والدناءة والوضاعة التي تسلقها هذا الشاعر الفاشل والانقلابي الأصيل ما هي إلا هذيان جندي جلف وثرثرته السوقية لا تستحق إلا الاحتقار ولا تثير غير الاشمئزاز. واستسمحكم بأن أعيد على مسامعكم هذه الجملة الأخيرة باللغة الفرنسية: Les sommets de la bassesse, de la vulgarité et de la grossièreté atteints par ce faux poète, mes vrais putschistes, ne sont rien d'autre que logoré de soudard. Son bavardage de caniveau ne mérite que mépris et n'inspire que dégoût. Je répète, les sommets de la bassesse, de la vulgarité, de la grossièreté, atteints par ce faux poète, mes vrais putschistes, ne sont rien d'autre que logoré de soudard. Son bavardage de caniveau ne mérite que mépris et n'inspire que dégoût. وعوض التفوق في فن تعليق شماعة الفشل على الغير وفن صرف الأنظار عن كل إخفاقاته، كنا نتمنى ونمني أنفسنا لو أن الجندي الجلف هذا وأمثاله تفوقوا في فنون أخرى أشرف وأنبل وأنفع لمالي، فن السعي لاستعادة الأمن والاستقرار في بلدهم، فن العمل لتحسين مستوى معيشة شعبهم، وأخيراً وليس آخراً فن تمكين مالي من حوكمة تليق به وبتاريخه العريق، حوكمة متفوقة بالكفاءة، وحوكمة مترفعة بالنزاهة، وحوكمة متميزة بالأمانة والوفاء. جمهورية مالي تستحق أحسن وأرقى من هؤلاء الانقلابيين المتآمرين كلهم. والجزائر تدرك تمام الإدراك أن هذا البلد الشقيق لا يمكن اختزاله في طغمة لا ترى لمستقبل بلدها أفقاً إلا من خلال منظار تشبثها بالسلطة والتسلط على شعبها. يد الجزائر تبقى ممدودة ومساعيها تظل قائمة، ومخزون صبرها لم ولن ينضب في سبيل إعلاء ما يجمعها بشقائها الماليين من أواصر لا تهتز بمثل هذه العوامل العرضية على سوءها وعلى وضاعة القائمين عليها. وعلى النطاق القاري الأوسع تجدد الجزائر التزامها بالمساهمة كطرف فاعل في العمل الإفريقي المشترك، لا سيما وأن إفريقيا تقف اليوم على أعتاب مرحلة مفصلية من تاريخها، مرحلة تتنازعها التحديات التي تثقل كاهلها من جهة، والفرص التي تؤسس لنهضتها المستدامة من جهة أخرى. فالواقع الإفريقي يلح أولاً على ضرورة التكفل بالأزمات والنزاعات والصراعات التي لم يسلم منها أي ركن من أركان قاراتنا الخمس التي باتت أكثر عرضة لآفة الإرهاب. والواقع الإفريقي يلح ثانياً على ضرورة استغلال فرص التعاون والتكامل التي تتيحها منطقة التجارة الحرة القارية والانخراط التام في الثورات التكنولوجية التي يشهدها عالمنا اليوم في كل مكوناتها. والواقع الإفريقي يلح ثالثاً وأخيراً على حتمية إنهاء عقود من التهميش المجحف الذي يطال قارتنا في مختلف مراكز صنع القرار الدولي، بدءاً بمجلس الأمن الأممي ومروراً بالبنك العالمي وصندوق النقد الدولي ووصولاً إلى منطقة التجارة الحرة. في ظل هذا الواقع فإنه من مدعاة القلق البالغ أن يتم استهداف عمليات حفظ السلام في إفريقيا بجملة من القيود التي لا تحد أو التي تحد من قدراتها وتفرغها من مضامينها باسم ضرورة ترشيد النفقات. إن عمليات حفظ السلام هاته تمثل أبرز وأصدق وجه من أوجه التزام المجموعة الدولية بدعم الأمن والاستقرار في قارتنا، وإن المساس بها يعني تقويض هذا الالتزام وتهديد أسس وأركان الأمن الجماعي الذي تقوم عليه منظمتنا هاته. وفي الفضاء الأورو متوسطي تواصل الجزائر الاطلاع بالمسؤوليات الملقاة على عاتقها كشريك بناء وكشريك موثوق وكشريك منخرط تمام الانخراط في كافة الجهود والمساعي التي تصبو لتحقيق الأمن والرخاء في هذا الفضاء المشترك. إن التحدي الأبرز في هذا الفضاء والمتمثل في ثلاثية الأمن والتنمية والهجرة غير الشرعية يفرض على دول الضفتين تجاوز منطق المقاربات المجزئة وتبني نهج شامل ومتكامل نأمل أن يشكل صلب ما يسمى بمبادرة العهد الجديد للمتوسط، نهج يعيد للعلاقات الأورو متوسطية التوازن المنشود في مقاربتها ومحتواها، ونهج يجعل من التنمية الاقتصادية في الضفة الجنوبية أولوية مشتركة ذات طابع استراتيجي واستعجالي، ونهج يعيد صياغة الأدوار حتى تطلع الضفة الشمالية بدورها كقاطرة للنمو والتنمية في إطار شراكة متوازنة تقوم على الاستثمار ونقل التكنولوجيات وفتح آفاق حقة للرخاء المشترك. منذ عامين حظيت الجزائر بشرف نيل ثقة جمعيتنا العامة هاته بانتخابها عضواً غير دائم بمجلس الأمن الأممي، وها نحن اليوم نقف على مشارف اختتام هذه العهدة، والأمل يحدونا في أن نكون قد وفقنا ولو بالقصد اليسير في الوفاء بالأمانة التي حملتمونا إياها. لقد أراد رئيس الجمهورية السيد عبد المجيد تبون أن تكون عهدة الجزائر في مجلس الأمن عهدة الوفاء للقيم والمبادئ المكرسة في ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، والوفاء لانتماءات الجزائر العربية والإسلامية والإفريقية، والوفاء لهوية الجزائر وتاريخها النضالي من أجل الحرية والانعتاق. وبناء على ذلك سعينا بكل أمانة وإخلاص وبكل ما أوتينا من قدرة لترجمة هذه الالتزامات بالتنسيق مع أشقائنا الأفارقة داخل مجموعة الثلاث A3، وبالتعاون مع شركائنا ضمن المجموعة الأوسع للدول المنتخبة إيتان، وكذا بالتشاور مع جميع الأطراف المعنية من دول شقيقة وصديقة خارج المجلس. حاولنا وبذلنا قصارى جهدنا، وفقنا في محطات ولم نبلغ غاياتنا في محطات أخرى، لكننا لم نستسلم أو نسلم يوما للأمر الواقع، وعزاؤنا في ذلك أن عجز مجلس الأمن عن الاستجابة لكثير من الاستحقاقات المصيرية وفي مقدمتها مأساة غزة لم يخفت صوت الضمير الدولي الذي تجلى ولا يزال يتجلى في مواقف الأغلبية الساحقة للدول الأعضاء في مجلس الأمن وفي جمعيتنا العامة هاته. ولأن الضمير الدولي يبقى حياً يقظاً من خلال هذه الأغلبية الساحقة، فإن الجزائر على يقين أكيد أن الأمل يظل قائماً ومتاحاً في غد أفضل. غد أفضل لمنظمتنا الأممية، وغد أفضل للمجموعة الدولية، وغد أفضل للبشرية جمعاء. شكراً لكم جميعاً، وشكراً سيادة الرئيس.
I thank the Minister of State, Minister of Foreign Affairs, National Community Abroad and African Affairs of Algeria. I now give the floor to His Excellency Denis Ronaldo Moncada Colindres, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Nicaragua.
Señor Presidente, estamos nuevamente en este escenario que dice representarnos a los pueblos y gobiernos de todo el mundo. Aquí traemos, como siempre, el saludo afectuoso y luchador de nuestro heroico pueblo nicaragüense que, como sabemos y decimos, sabe de batallas, de honor y de la gloria de defender nuestros principios y valores, nuestra dignidad soberana, nuestros derechos y particularmente el sagrado derecho de ser libres y por lo tanto de elegir nuestros modelos culturales, sociales, económicos y políticos para avanzar contra la pobreza frente a todos los desafíos de estos momentos inclementes de la historia de la humanidad. Nos presentamos aquí una vez más, orgullosas y orgullosos de nuestras hermandades con pueblos combativos, íntegros, decentes, como son todos los pueblos del mundo, pueblos y familias que defendemos, resguardamos y sostenemos nuestras prerrogativas y creencias desde culturas y prácticas que los colonialistas e imperialistas del mundo han querido asaltar y de las que nos han pretendido despojar sin que pudieran y sabemos que no podrán. En estas circunstancias cruciales de la historia humana se repite la disyuntiva, la dualidad eterna, el conflicto nunca resuelto entre la paz y la guerra, entre la vida y la muerte, entre la pretensión supremacista de aniquilar, someter y apropiarse de nuestras culturas y nuestro deber de defender nuestros patrimonios espirituales, sociales y materiales. Estos son momentos que nos definen. O estamos por la paz y la vida, o cobardes promotores de la guerra, la miseria y la muerte. Para Nicaragua, bendita y siempre digna, soberana, libre, no hay disyuntiva. Somos vida, salud, fuerza, fortaleza. Somos luz y verdad, como decía nuestro inmortal general Sandino, y somos conciencia y valentías alzadas, dispuestos a servir a las causas sublimes y superiores de la humanidad, al bien supremo de todas y todos, a la concordia, al entendimiento, a la comprensión, a la fraternidad, a la convivencia y a la cooperación entre todas y todos para compartir los bienes que son de todas y todos. El futuro está hecho del vigor y la gloria de nuestros pueblos, que sabemos que luchar y vencer son sinónimos, y que siendo la lucha el más alto de los cantos, luchar es crear las necesarias victorias del bien común. La familia humana exige respeto y paz. La familia humana exige encuentro solidario entre seres que somos iguales en todos los sentidos y complementarios también en todos los sentidos. La familia humana exige respeto a todos los acuerdos que hace 80 años se tomaron al crear las Naciones Unidas para detener las guerras y hacer de la paz firme, duradera, de la justicia, un tesoro y un patrimonio de todas y todos. La familia humana espera, confía, propone y al mismo tiempo reclama, demanda, requiere unión para alcanzar la plenitud de la inteligencia, la serenidad, la sabiduría, la calma y la humildad indispensables para construir, ya no para destruir. Nos referimos a todos los temas que resultan prioritarios en nuestros tiempos: la justicia climática, las indemnizaciones o reparaciones a quienes han sufrido y padecido las desgracias y los males generados por el egoísmo y la avaricia del colonialismo, el imperialismo, el racismo y todas las formas abominables y oprobiosas de opresión, discriminación, esclavitud y negación de nuestra condición y calidad de seres humanos. Denunciamos y condenamos como pueblos agraviados por la discriminación xenófoba y la barbarie, la brutalidad y la falta completa de compasión con la que hemos sido y somos tratados en países cuya riqueza está construida sobre el expolio y el saqueo de las nuestras. Denunciamos y condenamos junto a todos los pueblos del mundo las horrorosas, odiosas y execrables políticas de criminal bloqueo económico, agresiones con medidas coercitivas, arbitrarias, unilaterales y las terribles políticas migratorias que desconocen el derecho humano, que violan los derechos humanos y que son reflejo y espejo del egoísmo y el desprecio de quienes se creen dueños del mundo. Aquí denunciamos y condenamos nuevamente todos los atropellos salvajes, atroces, incomprensibles a estas alturas de la vida, que las potencias imperialistas despliegan con sus políticas económicas, culturales y comerciales, pretendiendo continuar dominándonos e intentando burdamente intimidarnos con sus estúpidos armamentos y aparatosos aparatajes militares dirigidos contra la paz en Asia, África y nuestra América Latina caribeña. Denunciamos las políticas inhumanas contra cada uno de nosotros, en todos los campos: migración, exclusión. Denunciamos y condenamos los imperdonables e injustificables insultos y amenazas, ese inaceptable terrorismo de Estado, esos crímenes de lesa humanidad que sin ninguna vergüenza se exhiben como derecho superior de los imperialistas de la tierra. Denunciamos y condenamos todas las insultantes y vulgares agresiones, atrevimientos y vulgares agresiones, atrevimientos verbales, políticos, económicos, comerciales y guerreristas que constituyen también delitos de lesa humanidad, crímenes contra la seguridad, la tranquilidad, la justicia y la paz, bienes supremos de nuestros pueblos que no pueden ni deben manosear o arrebatar. Como hermanas y hermanos revolucionarios en la patria grande, hijos e hijas de grandes próceres nuestroamericanos y protagonistas de revoluciones victoriosas, ratificamos aquí nuestra plena e inequívoca solidaridad y hermandad con Cuba y Venezuela. Nicaragua y la Revolución Popular Sandinista nos identificamos plenamente con las batallas y las victorias indispensables que estamos construyendo desde estas tierras de libertad, dignidad y soberanía, sabiendo que ni nos vendemos ni nos rendimos jamás. Aquí también denunciamos y condenamos la inseguridad ciudadana y humana, el uso ilícito de pretextos inverosímiles y acusaciones falaces, falsas y estrafalarias, que solo son más injerencia, amenazas de más invasiones y ocupaciones. Denunciamos y condenamos las absurdas manipulaciones con acusaciones disparatadas, descabelladas, desde el pretexto del narcotráfico, que es plaga y comercio de los países ricos donde habitan millones de consumidores, esos países potencias que alientan a los empobrecidos a más producción y comercio de sustancias, traficando miserias. Denunciamos el hambre como arma de dominio, el abandono, la desnutrición, las enfermedades, el trato indecoroso, impúdico e inmoral contra las familias, las mujeres, los jóvenes, los niños, los adultos mayores, que son vistos cada vez más como estorbo y desterrados de la vida, promoviendo nuevos exterminios. Reiteramos nuestra histórica y permanente condena al genocidio, a la bárbara política de negación del pueblo palestino. Condenamos todas las salvajes, brutales masacres que se perpetúan, que se extienden a vista y paciencia de todo el mundo. Condenamos al Estado de Israel, así como hemos condenado y condenamos las políticas y prácticas de las potencias coloniales, imperiales, neocoloniales y fascistas. Condenamos, por tanto, el exilio del bien y todos los ataques a la vida, las libertades, la convivencia y la civilización que creíamos haber construido. Exigimos más políticas y programas para la seguridad, la salud, la educación, la vida digna, el agua, las viviendas, las tecnologías, la vida tranquila en comunidad, el trabajo y el progreso al alcance de todas y todos, para el bien de todas y todos. En el 80 aniversario de fundación de las Naciones Unidas, promovamos más y más coherencia de la conciencia humana. Debemos seguir alzando voces, uniendo manos y corazones, clamando y luchando, exigiendo y combatiendo, para que esta etapa de vida en este planeta que compartimos deje de estar marcada por la muerte en todas sus formas, por el secuestro del alma inteligente, y sea más bien aliento, ánimo, fuerza de esperanza. Nos llamamos a trabajar en unión sensible y sostenible, capaz, ingeniosa y creativa. Nos llamamos a seguir caminando convencidos, fuertes, construyendo unidad, construyendo hermandad, afinidad, unidad que es la verdadera fuerza, cumpliendo con el siempre más allá que como divisa espiritual profunda debería ser himno y acción cotidiana de cada una y de todas y todos. En el 80 aniversario de Naciones Unidas nos urgimos a cambiar la lógica, cambiar las actitudes, cambiar la acción, ser humanos verdaderamente, dejar de repetir y repetir sin resultados. La unidad y la hermandad deben ser el camino que asumamos juntos, con valentía y orgullo, para que sigamos creando este otro mundo que ya se perfila como otro amanecer. La pobreza, la violencia, la arrogancia son ignorancias. Amar es combatir, luchar, 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 vencer, vencer, vencer. Patria y dignidad, patria y humanidad. Gracias por escucharnos.
Muchas gracias. I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nicaragua. I now give the floor to His Excellency Archbishop Paul Richard Gallagher, Secretary for Relations with States of the Holy See.
Mr. President, I am pleased to convey the warm greetings and blessings of Pope Leo XIV to you and the representatives of the nations gathered here, and to congratulate you on your election to lead this assembly. At the outset, I would like to thank this General Assembly for the tribute paid to Pope Francis following his demise last April. As you may all know, when Pope Leo XIV was elected, his first words to the world were, "Peace be with you all." A peace that is unarmed and disarming, humble and persevering. In a word torn by wars and conflicts, he made peace to be his first message. Mr. President, the theme chosen for this year's general debate, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development and human rights, highlights the ongoing importance of multilateral cooperation in addressing global issues. This is particularly pertinent this year as the international community commemorates the establishment of the United Nations in 1945. It is an opportune moment to reaffirm the organization's core values of fostering international peace, development, and universal human rights, values that are all the more important in an increasingly fragmented world. It is crucial for the international community to take collective action to prevent and end conflicts, combat poverty, and advance human rights solemnly declared in the 1948 Universal Declaration, and one of the most important achievements of this organization. It is important to remember that isolationism leads to unpredictable instability, whereas unity fosters responsible resilience and shared progress. This is strikingly evident in the current circumstances, where escalating geopolitical tensions, a raging climate crisis, widening inequalities, and rising poverty demand renewed global solidarity. The United Nations must adapt itself to a transformed world and maintain its effectiveness in the face of emerging threats such as environmental degradation and technological disruption, which no single country can tackle alone. As representatives of all the nations of the globe, we are united by our shared humanity, created in the image and likeness of God, called to live in fraternity, solidarity, and mutual respect. In a world grappling with mounting challenges, it is necessary to recommit to the foundational pillars of peace, justice, and truth. It is imperative to explore and build on these pillars while drawing lessons from history to forge a more equitable future. Mr. President, of the many crises currently affecting the international community, the war in Ukraine is one of the most profound and painful. Its prolonged existence is turning once vibrant cities into piles of rubble and extinguishing the smiles of children who should be growing up playing games instead of living amid the constant sound of sirens and in shelters. This war must end now. The Holy See renews the appeal made by Pope Leo XIV for an immediate ceasefire, which will pave the way for sincere and courageous dialogue. The Holy See is paying close attention to the situation in the Middle East with a view to achieving a just and lasting peace between Israel and Palestine based on a two-state solution in accordance with international law and all relevant United Nations resolutions. Pope Leo XIV implored that all the hostages be freed, that a permanent ceasefire be reached, that the safe entry of humanitarian aid be facilitated, and that humanitarian law be fully respected, especially the obligations to protect civilians as well as prohibitions of collective punishment, indiscriminate use of force, and the forced displacement of the population. Moreover, an equitable solution to the issue of Jerusalem based on international resolutions is essential for achieving a just and permanent peace. Any unilateral decision or action which alters the special status of Jerusalem and the status quo is morally and legally unacceptable. With regard to Syria, the Holy See supports the importance of a peaceful and just transition in the country, as well as the protection of the rights of Syrians of all ethnic and religious backgrounds without discrimination. The instability afflicting many African states generates profound and interconnected challenges. In this scenario, the Sahel, Cabo Delgado, and some areas of the Horn of Africa emerge as zones of instability. In fact, the jihadist threat, endemic poverty, illicit trafficking, the climate crisis, and internal conflicts converge in a spiral that puts the lives of millions of people at risk, despite the efforts of local governments. In the face of these challenges, the resilience of African communities, especially young people, remains an essential resource that must be supported with targeted investments in education, health, infrastructure, and inclusive governance models. More than ever, a coherent and lasting commitment by the international community is essential to support African countries on their path to stability, peace, and economic development. The deterioration of the situation in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo is a source of concern for the Holy See. The provinces of Ituri, North Kivu, and South Kivu are experiencing ethnic tensions, violence perpetrated by rebel groups, armed clashes, serious human rights violations, and disputes over the exploitation of natural resources. The Holy See welcomes the signing of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement between the DRC and the M23 armed group, as well as the peace agreement signed by the Congolese and Rwandan foreign ministers, which aims to end the decades of fighting in the east of the country. However, new waves of violence are feared. Last July, the Alliance Democratic Forces carried out a brutal terroristic attack on a church in Komanda, Ituri, resulting in the death of more than 40 worshippers. the withdrawal of MONUSCO raises questions about its ability to fulfill its mandate and address ongoing challenges. It is essential to strengthen the support of the international community and diplomatic and political mediation efforts to ensure that the parties fulfill their commitments and find a stable and appropriate solution to the ongoing situation. The fratricidal conflict in Sudan is also a source of grave concern. The Holy See strongly renews its appeal for an immediate cessation of hostilities and the commencement of genuine negotiations, the only means by which all Sudanese people can forge a future of peace and reconciliation. The Holy See is monitoring developments in South Sudan closely and is calling on all political actors to commit to the path of dialogue and collaboration and to implement the 2018 peace agreement with sincerity and responsibility as the foundation for building a peaceful and just coexistence. In many parts of the world, particularly in Latin America, drug trafficking is corroding societies and causing extreme violence. The Holy See is deeply concerned about this complex phenomenon, which is often linked to unresolved social issues in different countries. Alongside joint efforts by states to combat drug trafficking, the Holy See emphasizes the importance of investing in human development such as education and job creation to prevent people from unwittingly becoming involved. The Holy See is also worried about the rising tensions in the Caribbean Sea and is calling for restraint to prevent any actions that could destabilize the coexistence between nations and undermine international law. The dramatic situation in Haiti is also being closely followed by the Holy See. The country is plagued by violence of all kinds, human trafficking, forced exile, and kidnappings. The Holy See hopes that with the necessary and concrete support of the international community, the social and institutional conditions can be created to enable Haitians to progress towards peace and security. The Holy See is paying close attention to the situation in Nicaragua and hopes that religious freedom and other fundamental rights of individuals and society will be adequately guaranteed. The Holy See reiterates the need for sincere, respectful, and constructive engagement in dialogue aimed at finding solutions that will foster peace and harmony in the country. Turning to Southeast Asia, numerous situations of instability and conflict are further exacerbating long-standing humanitarian concerns. In Myanmar, 4.5 years of internal conflict have left the local population devastated. In this situation of enduring conflict, transnational crime is on the rise. Recent investigations suggest that there are tens, if not hundreds of thousands of trafficked individuals in these centres, located primarily along the borders between Myanmar, Thailand, China, Cambodia and Laos. Only by the concerted efforts of the international community can transnational crime be adequately addressed. The Holy See is closely following developments in the Western Balkans, particularly in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Balkan countries are connected to European values for historical and cultural and geographical reasons, and they aspire institutionally to integrate with states that already belong to the European Union. The Holy See maintains that the historical and current issues affecting the region can only be resolved through dialogue and collaboration. The Holy See, while acknowledging the peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan signed in August, invites the two countries to continue on the path of reconciliation in order to achieve stable and lasting peace in the South Caucasus. Mr. President, On the occasion of the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, the Holy See reaffirms the enduring importance of this institution and the significant good it has accomplished across numerous fronts since its founding in 1945. The United Nations continues to be a vital forum in which all nations engage in dialogue as sovereign equals to address global challenges. There is an increasing general agreement in the international community on the need to reform this institution by rediscovering its foundation and adapting it to reflect the needs of the current era. As Pope Leo XIV affirms, this effort demands a genuine willingness to engage in dialogue inspired by the desire to communicate rather than clash. As a result, there is a need to give new life to multilateral diplomacy and to those international institutions conceived and designed primarily to remedy eventual disputes within the international community. The Holy See calls for a recommitment to the original principles enshrined in the UN Charter. It is important to resist the temptation to replace these foundational commitments with new ideas or programs that risk diluting the UN's mission. Central to this mission is striking a balance between the four pillars of the United Nations: promoting of human rights, maintaining international peace and security, achieving sustainable development, and upholding rule of law. The rule of law, in particular, is the sine qua non of a just international order, providing the foundation for all other efforts. This anniversary provides an opportunity to reinforce the United Nations position as a beacon of hope and a force for good in addressing humanity's most urgent needs.
I thank the Secretary for Relations with States of the Holy See. I now give the floor to His Excellency Kim Song-yong, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
의장 선생, 사무총장 선생, 각국 대표 여러분, 나는 먼저 유엔 창립 80돌시 되는 뜻깊은 해에 열린 유엔 총회 제80차 회의가 참가자들이 각별한 관심 속에 훌륭한 결실을 거두리라는 기대를 표명하는 바입니다. 나는 구태수 유엔 사무총장 선생이 23일에 한 개막 연설에 유의하면서 개별적인 국가가 단독으로 문제를 처리할 수 없도록 하기 위한 유일한 연단인 유엔의 역할을 강화하며 21세기 요구에 맞게 유엔을 개혁할 것을 주장한 데 대해 평가합니다. 다 같이 더 훌륭하게 평화, 발전, 인권을 위한 80년과 그 이후라는 본회의 주제에 반영된 바와 같이 오늘 우리 모두는 유엔이 지나온 80년 역사를 돌이켜보고 미래를 설계하는 중대한 분기점에 서 있습니다. 지금으로부터 80년 전 인류는 참혹한 전쟁의 잿더미에서 유엔 헌장을 채택함으로써 현대 국제관계의 초석을 마련하고 가장 포괄적인 국제기구인 유엔을 창설하였습니다. 창립 후 유엔은 세계 비식민지화를 촉진하고 보편적인 국제법 규범 작성을 주도한 것을 비롯하여 평화와 안전 보장, 사회 경제 발전 등 여러 분야에서 괄목할 만한 성과들을 이룩하였습니다. 비록 우여곡절은 많았지만 다행히도 새로운 세계대전이 발발하지 않은 것은 인류에게 두 차례나 형언할 수 없는 아픔을 가져다준 세계대전의 참화로부터 후대들을 구원할 때 대한 유엔 헌장의 기본 정신이 가져다준 서기의 성과라고 할 수 있습니다. 빈궁청산, 전염병과의 투쟁 등 사회경제 분야에서 나라들 사이 협력을 도모하고 국제적 범위에서 지속 가능한 발전을 주동하는 데서 유엔이 발휘한 역할 역시 과소평가될 수 없습니다. 그러나 유엔 역사의 갈피에는 패권주의 세력의 강권과 전횡에 휘둘리어 헌장의 정신에 배치되게 유엔이 간판이 주권 국가의 합법적인 정상적 발전 권리를 침탈하기 위한 압박 시련에 도용되어 온 불미스러운 페이지들도 기록되어 있습니다. 우리는 지난 80년간 제3차 대전이 발발하지 않은 데 대해 안심하며 자축할 것이 아니라 그것을 유발시킬 수 있는 위협이 항시적으로 존재하였고 현재 보다 엄중한 단계에 들어서고 있다는 사실에 응당한 주목을 돌리고 대책을 강구해야 할 것입니다. 의장 선생, 지금 국제사회는 제2차 세계대전 이후 가장 혼란스럽고 폭력적인 세상을 목견하고 있습니다. 현대 역사에는 수많은 사건, 사변들이 기록되어 있지만 오늘과 같이 유엔 창립과 함께 수립되고 공고화되어 온 국제관계 규범과 질서가 무시되고 주권 국가들이 자주권이 공공연히 침해당한 적은 일찍이 없었습니다. 전 세계를 대상으로 하는 무차별적인 관세 전쟁으로 세계 경제 전반이 침체와 불안정의 늪속에서 헤어나지 못하고 전 세계적 범위에서 불평등과 빈궁을 없애고 인간의 존엄을 보장할 것을 공약한 2030 지속개발 우정마저 개별적 나라의利益에 부합되지 않는다는 이유로 부정당하고 있는 것이 현실입니다. 영토와 인구수, 국력의 차이를 불문하고 지구상의 모든 대소국가들이 평등하게 한자리에 모여 세계 도전에 공동으로 대응하기 위한 방도를 토의하는 다무적 연단으로 자리매감하여 온 유엔은 일찍이 있어본 적이 없는 엄중한 위기에 직면하였습니다. 세계가 겪고 있는 이 모든 혼란과 고통의 군조에는 전 세계를 저들이 리권 안에 두려는 패권 세력들이 강권과 전횡, 인류 공동의 리그 위에 저들이 배타적 리익을 올려놓는 탐욕이 짙게 깔려 있습니다. 의장 선생, 오늘의 복잡다단한 국제 정세는 국제 평화와 안전 보장의 책임을 지는 유엔의 역할을 재조명해 볼 필요성을 더욱 부각시켜주고 있습니다. 지구상의 모든 주권 국가들을 망라하고 있는 세계적으로 가장 보편적인 국제기구인 유엔을 그 어떤 개별적 국가나 소수 집단이 대표할 수 없습니다. 특히 국제 평화와 안전이 중대한 사명을 지닌 유엔 안전보장리사회에서 유엔 성원국들의 절대 다수를 차지하는 발전도상 나라들이 대표권을 확대 강화하고 서방 주도의 불합리한 구도를 바로잡는 것은 특정 세력들이 강권과 전횡을 막기 위한 필수적 요구입니다. 모든 활동에서 강권과 전횡, 평균적이고 이중 기준적인 관행이 종식되고 주권 평등과 내정 불간섭, 공정성과 객관성의 원칙이 엄격히 준수될 때라야 유엔은 헌장의 목적 실현을 위한 자격과 능력을 원만히 갖춘 기구로서의 모습을 되찾게 될 것입니다. 의장 선생, 평화와 안전은 인류의 수건이며 유엔이 초청하는 의종입니다. 평화와 안전을 떠나 지속 개발 목표를 달성할 수 없으며 인간의 존엄과 번영이 담보되는 훌륭한 미래에 대해서도 생각할 수 없습니다. 그러나 조선반도의 현 객관적인 안보 상황은 그 어느 때보다 심각한 도전에 직면하여 있습니다. 조선민주주의민공화국을 종저준한 미한, 미일 군사동맹과 미일한 삼각 군사공조체제가 핵요소가 포함된 보다 공격적이고 침략적인 군사블록으로 급속히 진화되고 있는 속에 우리 국가를 반대하는 전쟁 연습 소동과 군사력 중각 책동은 그 규모와 성격, 빈도수와 포괄 범위에 있어서 종전의 모든 기록을 돌파하고 있습니다. 세계 그 어디를 둘러보아도 조선반도와 같이 하나의 주권 국가를 목표로 세계 최대의 핵 보유국과 동맹 세력들이 방대한 다국적 연합 무력과 첨단 전략 자산들을 동원하여 연중 내내 쌍무적, 다무적 전쟁 연습들을 벌이고 핵 사용을 가상한 실동 훈련까지 뽀조시 감행하는 것은 찾아볼 수 없습니다. 본 회의가 시작되기 며칠 전까지도 미국과 동맹 세력은 아이언 메이스, 프리덤 에이지와 같은 우리 국가에 대한 핵 공격을 기정사실화하고 그 절차와 방식을 숙달하는 핵전쟁 연습 소동을 자행하면서 조선반도 정세를 극도로 긴장시켰습니다. 그러나 조선민주주의인민공화국에 가해지고 있는 엄청난 군사적 위협과 그로하여 조성된 험악한 안보 환경 속에서 조선반도에서는 전쟁의 포성이 울리지 않고 있으며 평화와 안전이 굳건히 지켜지고 있는 것이 부인할 수 없는 현실입니다. 미국과 동맹국들의 가중되는 침략 위협에 정비례하게 우리 국가의 물리적 전쟁 억제력이 강화되었기에 적수국들이 전쟁 도발 의지가 철저히 억제되고 조선반도 지역에서 힘의 균형이 보장되고 있습니다. 이 균형 상태를 연구하고 조선반도 평화를 영원 불멸한 것으로 만들기 위하여 우리는 헌법의 핵을 절대로 다칠 수도 변화시킬 수도 없는 신성하고 절대적인 것으로 고착시켰습니다. 우리에게 비핵화를 하라는 것은 곧 주권을 포기하고 생존권을 포기하며 헌법을 어기라는 것이나 마찬가지입니다. 우리는 절대로 주권 포기, 생존권 포기, 위헌 행위를 하지 않을 것입니다. 조선민주주의민공화국 국무위원장 김정은 동지께서는 지난 21일 최고인민회 제14기 제13차 회의에서 우리 당과 정부는 조선민주주의민공화국 헌법과 핵무기 보유를 연구한 핵무력 정책에 관한 기본법을 변함없이 한치 두 팀도 없이 굳건히 수행해 나갈 것이며 우리 국가의 최고利益을 철저히 담보해 나갈 것이라고 명백히 설명하셨습니다. 우리 국무위원장 동지 시정 방침은 우리 국법이며 우리는 국법을 철저히 수호할 것입니다. 우리는 우리 국법이고 국책이며 주권이고 생존권인 핵을 절대로 내려놓지 않을 것이며 그 어떤 경우에도 이 입장을 철회하지 않을 것입니다. 의장 선생, 조선민주주의민공화국은 강력한 힘으로 평화와 안전을 담보한 기초 위에서 전면적 국가 부흥의 활로를 힘차게 열어나가고 있습니다. 공업과 농업을 비롯한 국가 경제 전반에서 자립경제의 발전 동력과 잠재력을 더욱 튼튼히 다지고 생산 목표를 점령하기 위한 투쟁이 힘차게 벌어짐으로써 조선농당 제8차 대회가 제시한 국가경제발전 5개년 계획의 완수는 확정적인 것으로 되고 있습니다. 특히 평양시 5만 세대 살림집 건설 사업이 연차별로 어김없이 집행되어 계획을 훨씬 능가한 속에 농촌 문화주택들과 대규모 온실농장, 현대적인 병원을 비롯하여 인민들의 복리를 위한 창조물들이 훌륭히 일떠서고 있습니다. 10년이라는 짧은 기간에 전국 인민들에게 유족하고 문명한 새 생활을 제공하며 모든 지역의 발전 수준을 비약적으로 상승시키기 위해 책정된 새로운 지방발전 정책이 강력히 시행되어 그 실체들이 연이어 솟아나고 있습니다. 세계적인 정치 풍파 속에서도 조선민주주의인민공화국의 추호의 흔들림이나 동요 없이 자기가 정한 길로 확신성 있게 나아가고 있는 현실은 조선노동당과 공화국정부의 투철한 자주 정신과 정확한 영도력의 빛나는 결과입니다. 의장 선생, 제2차 세계대전 종결 80돌시 되는 올해 여러 나라들에서는 세계 반파스 전쟁의 승리를 기념하는 다채로운 정치 문화 행사들이 진행되었습니다. 이는 막대한 희생의 대가로 이루어진 세계 반파스 전쟁과 민족 해방 투쟁의 결과를 부정하려는 시도들을 용납하지 않으려는 정의로운 국제사회의 확고부동한 의지의 발현입니다. 제2차 세계대전이 끝난 지도 80년이 흘렀지만 오늘 중동에서는 히틀러도 무색해할 집단 대학살과 반인륜 범적 만행이 공공연히 자행되어 세계를 경악해 하고 있습니다. 지난 2년간 6만 명이 넘는 팔레스티나 민간인들을 대량 학살한 이스라엘은 전체 가자지대를 무력으로 점령하고 팔레스티나 인구를 완전히 멸살시키려 하고 있습니다. 우리는 이스라엘이 반인륜 범죄 행위를 당장 중지하고 가자지대에서 철수할 것을 강력히 요구하며 팔레스티나가 동북구두스를 수도로 하는 독립국가를 창설하고 유엔의 정성원국으로 가입하는 것을 전폭적으로 지지합니다. 의장 선생, 자주, 평화, 친선은 조선민주주의인민공화국의 변함없는 대외 정책적理念입니다. 조선민주주의인민공화국은 지난 시기와 마찬가지로 앞으로도 침략과 간섭, 지배와 예속을 반대 배격하고 자주와 정의를 지향하는 모든 나라, 민족들과 사상과 제도의 차이에 관계없이 협조할 것이며 우리나라를 존중하고 우호적으로 대하는 나라들과의 다방면적인 교류와 협력을 발전시켜 나갈 것입니다. 감사합니다.
I thank the Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to His Excellency George Luka, Chair of Delegation of Republic of Moldova.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Yesterday, the citizens of the Republic of Moldova made their choice in the most important election in our country's history. They spoke with clarity, courage, and dignity. Despite unprecedented pressure, disinformation, and interference from the Kremlin, the Moldovan people defended democracy through free and fair elections. This was not merely a political contest. It was a test of resilience, of whether a small nation can withstand relentless attempts to destabilize, divide, and erode trust in its institutions. Moldova passed this test. Our citizens, from villages to cities, and from the diaspora who traveled thousands of kilometers to cast their ballots, stood united. They refused to be intimidated or deceived. This is a victory for the entire nation, a victory for democracy, for Europe, and for freedom. The Moldovan people have given a strong mandate for our European integration. They affirmed that our future lies in the European family, in peace, prosperity, and the rule of law. The European Union has been indispensable for Moldova's progress. EU support has strengthened our economy, modernized our institutions, and helped us withstand external pressure, from energy blackmail to disinformation campaigns. Beyond assistance, Europe has provided us with a model, a community built of solidarity, justice, and the conviction that prosperity is best achieved together. We are grateful to our European and international partners who have supported Moldova's resilience and democratic transformation. Their solidarity has made it possible for our people to resist external threats and to remain on the path of reforms, reform of injustice, governance, and the fight against corruption that are not only conditions for European integration accession, but also the foundation of our fair and accountable state. But let us be clear, this democratic choice was made against the backdrop of hybrid warfare. Interference began long before election day and will not end with it. Russia has sought to undermine Moldova's sovereignty through illicit financing, disinformation, cyber attacks, and intimidation of voters. On elections day itself, attempts were made to obstruct the diaspora vote, spread false narratives, and target electoral infrastructure. Our institutions, supported by civil society and independent media, stood guard and defended its sovereign will of our people. Yet, national resilience is not enough. The threats we face are global. Democracies everywhere are being tested by increasingly sophisticated tools designed to manipulate information, erode trust, and distort elections. That is why Moldova calls for stronger cooperation to safeguard democracies. We urge the Assembly and UN members to join forces in protecting democracies from novel threats with novel means. Moldova's commitment to democracy is inseparable from our commitment to peace. We share a 1,200 kilometers border with Ukraine, which continues to resist Russia's brutal aggression. We know how fragile is peace, and we know why Moldova can stand here today in peace, because Ukraine stands. We resolutely condemn Russia's war of aggression. We support Ukrainians' sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, including its territorial waters. Every missile that strikes homes and civilian infrastructure violates international law. Accountability must follow, and Moldova supports the international community's effort to document and prosecute such crimes. This war is not only against Ukraine, it is a war against Europe, against freedom, and against the international order established by the United Nations Charter. Moldova will continue to stand with Ukraine and with all those who defend peace. The Republic of Moldova is committed to an exclusively peaceful reintegration based on our sovereignty and territorial integrity within internationally recognized borders. We once again call for complete, unconditional and immediate withdrawal of Russian troops and ammunition from Moldovan territory, in line with Russia's own international obligations. This withdrawal must be transparent and under international monitoring. Excellencies, Moldova's election was a national choice, but its meaning is global. It showed that democracy can support. As the United Nations marks its information and foreign interference. Distinguished delegates, they have chosen Europe. They have chosen peace. We are fully aware of peace. We are fully aware of advancing towards European membership. We made more difficult by Russia's persistent threats. Partners, above all, the European Union and the United Nations family, we continue to build a democratic, resilient, and prosperous Moldova, a Moldova that contributes to peace. Thank you.
Republic of Moldova. Now give the floor to Her Excellency Agnes Mary Chimbiri Mulande. Agnes Mary Chimbiri Mulande.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen of the United Nations General Assembly, under the theme development and human rights. This nation's extraordinary legacy of fostering peace, human dignity. It affirms humanity where every generation can flourish, where nations can flourish, where nations wisdom, and where the pursuit of justice and Malawi commits to strengthening multilateral secure world for current and future generations. Is foreign policy, our blueprint for advancing protection of sovereignty and global cooperation. Long-term vision, we aspire to become a self-reliant nation by 2063, driven by manufacturing. Achieving this goal demands engagement with the global community in a world is the cornerstone of our identity to ensure the protection of resources. Our policy equally recognize. In this spirit, Malawi will continue to uphold of all states to advance peaceful coexistence. Madam President, building on our cooperative partnerships, the Republic of Malawi serve as fundamental pillars for sustainable development. And recognizing our shared humanity, the Republic of to international peace and contributing various United Nations missions across the globe. Actively promoting dialogue, impartiality and for fostering stability. This committee unwavering support for peace initiatives led by the African Development Community. We believe that multifaceted challenges that threaten global peace, it is important to highlight the significant strides promoting participation of women in peacekeeping operations. Prioritizes the deployment of female peacekeepers and experiences of women in conflict zones. Personnel, but also enriches the overall effective deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding Madam President, I'm pleased to report increasingly evident the inclusion of women not just for the missions themselves, but also for that have registered significant strides towards gender. In this regard, I would like to reiterate promotion of women's participation in all spheres of life. We in Malawi believe that no meaningful socioeconomic is left behind. Our conviction to gender recognition that women and girls are the bedrock. For this reason, that Malawi supports the proposal. General. At this juncture, let me express gratitude to all who have supported our efforts and initiatives on women to reduce early pregnancies, to increase pregnancies, to increase numbers of women participate meaningfully in our progress is inseparable from global peace and when no one is left behind. Yet we have and developing countries like Malawi struggle with low productivity and limited participation the pact of the future, reaffirming our collective global governance and development. The Republic of community to foster an environment that supports inclusive growth, vulnerable. To realize this vision, we must prosperity and harness the transformative potential of science, private sector development for national and global development. Our era, with its adverse effects, disproportionate. Despite contributing minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions, the Republic of Malawi endures some of the most severe consequences of climate change. The increasing frequency and intensity of severe droughts, catastrophic floods, and destructive cyclones jeopardize food security by disrupting agricultural production, displacing vulnerable communities, and threatening hard-won developmental advancements. The Republic's weather patterns threaten our agricultural backbone and economic despair, conditions that it is therefore important that our discussion on sustainable agriculture and food is threatened by food insecurity. We therefore climate smart agriculture and social safety nets. Madam President, the Republic of Malawi urgently calls for bold and accelerated climate action that includes the full and effective implementation of the Paris Agreement. This involves not only enhanced commitments to reduce emissions, but also significant scaling up of financial resources dedicated to climate adaptation, addressing loss and damage technologies. The Republic of Malawi of responsibility and international solidarity future for our generations to come. Meetings. Time for action is now. We must and the livelihoods of those most at risk. To work together to address public health issues. The efforts that led to the adoption of the political declaration and the promotion of mental health and well-being. Mental health and well-being. The response to these issues requires concerted. Rather disheartening that the political declaration first. My delegation wishes to appeal for shared commitment to health issues. Artificial intelligence presents both unprecedented honesty responsibly. AI can accelerate development, economic growth. Yet, without clear governance, security. We therefore call for a global framework, and accessible to all nations, enabling it to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the World Programme of Action for Youth. The youth make up a large proportion of the population of Malawi and indeed in Africa. They are an indispensable force for sustainable development. They are leaders, major actors and beneficiaries of investments and creators of wealth for today and tomorrow. It is for this reason that the government of Malawi developed the 2023-2028 National Youth Policy to demonstrate its commitment to place young people at the center of the national development agenda and to undertake reforms which support effective engagement of youth in policy development, implementation, and monitoring in all sectors. Two notable areas that the Republic of Malawi has proudly championed in relation to youth and development is the Youth Peace and Security Agenda and Youth Innovation and Entrepreneurship. To that end, we are investing in education, vocational training, and meaningful political and economic participation of our youth. We have an inclusive national peace architecture that enables women and youth to participate as negotiators, mediators, and community leaders. We have also created a Youth Innovation Fund that supports youth innovators and entrepreneurs to realize their dreams. We therefore urge the international community to create concrete pathways for youth inclusion in political and economic decision-making processes. Let us invest in their potential, not just fear their energy. To that end, the Republic of Malawi calls for investing for peace through a dedicated funding for youth-led peace building. Madam President, in closing, the Republic of Malawi reaffirms its unwavering commitment to multilateralism and to the central role of the United Nations in addressing the pressing challenges of our time. But let us be clear, noble mandates alone will not deliver results unless they are matched by the necessary resources fairly allocated and predictably provided. Let us match our ambition with the resources required to deliver. Let us ensure fairness to those who contribute to the work of the United Nations. Let us pursue reforms that strengthen accountability and inclusivity. And let us build an organization that reflects the diversity of our membership and the hopes of our people. In this regard, Madam President, I would like to inform this Assembly that the Republic of Malawi remains resolute in her advocacy for equitable representation in the United Nations Security Council. This crucial reform is essential as it will ensure that diverse voices of capable nations are heard and considered in the decision-making processes that impact not just specific regions, such as the global north or global south, but the entire world. By fostering a more inclusive dialogue, we can collectively address pressing global challenges and promote a more just and balanced approach to international governance. No other time is suitable for this reform like now. Madam President, as we look beyond 80 years, Malawi envisions a revitalized United Nations, one that is agile, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of developing nations. The challenges of climate change, inequality, and digital transformation demand renewed collective action. In the spirit of better together, we call for a strengthened multilateral system that prioritizes peace, sustainable development, and human rights, ensuring a thriving planet for our children and grandchildren. Malawi stands ready to contribute to this shared vision, guided by our foreign policy and enduring principles of the United Nations. I thank you all.
I thank the Chair of Delegation of Malawi. I now give the floor to His Excellency Lok Bahadur Thapa, Chair of Delegation of Nepal.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my honor to address this august assembly. At the outset, allow me to extend my warm greetings from Nepal, the land of Sagarmatha, that is Mount Everest, the highest mountains in the world, and the birthplace of Lord Buddha, the apostle of peace and compassion. I congratulate Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her elections as the President of the 80th sessions of the General Assembly. I assure her of Nepal's full support. I also extend our appreciation to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his steadfast leadership in these challenging times. Mr. President, first let me share about the recent political developments in Nepal. Earlier this month, Nepali youth, particularly Gen Z, took to the street with a clear and compelling voice for change. Their call was not for narrow interest, but for a nation built on the pillars of good governance, transparent, accountable, and responsive to the people. They demanded efficient public service, into corruptions, an equitable society, justice for all, and dignified job opportunities for the youth. It was a resounding reminder that the aspirations of the generations are nothing less than a fair, just, and prosperous Nepal. In the Gen Z movement, we saw unfortunate violence that claimed lives and left deep scars in our society. Many government buildings were reduced to ashes. An interim government has been formed to steer Nepal's political directions at this critical moment. For the first time in its history, Nepal is led by a woman as Prime Minister, herself a former Chief Justice. General elections have been slated for the 5th of March 2026. This will mark another step in strengthening our democracy through fresh mandates of the sovereign people. Building our institutions, restoring trust, and healing our society will take time, resources, and solidarity. Excellencies, truly Nepal stands at a historical crossroads. And we know that the only viable road ahead of us is that of the road to peace, democracy, and inclusive development. We are determined to continue our democratic journey, and we appreciate goodwill and continued support from the international community as we move forward in these directions. Mr. President, the world itself stands at a crossroads. Peace is in peril. Militarization is mounting. Development is drifting. And the climate crisis is culminating. We have seen commitments unmet and promises unkept. In this context, the theme of these sessions, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, couldn't be more relevant. Mr. President, for 80 years, the United Nations has served as a common foundation for multilateralism, of foundations upon which all nations, big and small, developed and developing, stand equal and forge common solutions. For 80 years, our organization has remained a beacon of hope. Hope for peace, hope for shared prosperity, hope for equity, justice, freedom, and human rights, and hope for the rule-based international order. And today, as crisis converge from climate catastrophe to widening inequality, from digital disruption to violent conflicts, that beacon must shine brighter than ever. It is time to renew our collective resolve to fortify the founding values of the United Nations. Mr. President, Nepal attaches profound enduring value to the United Nations. The UN Charter is bedrock of our foreign policy. It is a compass that guides our actions on the global stage. This reflects Nepal's enduring belief in multilateralism, international cooperation, and global solidarity, the principle that define who we are as a nation. And this year marks 70 years since Nepal joined the United Nations. For 7 decades, Nepal has consistently stood by the United Nations, contributing to global peace and stability, advocating for the rule-based international order, promoting equitable and sustainable economic development, particularly for the upliftment of the least developed countries and the landlocked developing countries, and upholding human dignity and justice. Today, Nepal proudly stands as the largest contributing country. Our highly professional peacekeepers have served with a deep sense of duty to secure peace and stability in the conflict-ridden parts of the world. Nepal remains a steadfast advocate for complete and general disarmament. The lasting peace and safer world depends on the reductions of all weapons, conventional and emerging alike. Nepal strongly condemns terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, which stands for peace, security, and the protections of innocent lives everywhere. As the chair of the Global Coordination Bureau of the least developed countries, Nepal is leading the group to ensure equitable, inclusive, and sustainable development guided by the spirit of no one is left behind. As co-facilitator of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, held in Sevilla, Spain, Nepal contributed to advancing key priorities, catalyzing investment for sustainable development, addressing the debt crisis, reforming the international financial architecture, and revitalizing multilateral cooperations. Nepal is deeply honored to serve as the President of the Economic and Social Council this session. We thank the member states for their trust. As the President of the COSOC, I am deeply committed under the motto of delivering better to bring coherence, to bring credibility, and to bring measurable impact to the Council's work. As a member of the Peace Building Commission, Nepal is deeply committed to supporting inclusive, nationally owned, and locally driven peace-building process. Mr. President, the world today faces challenges of profound gravity and urgency. Many parts of the world are witnessing protracted crises. War is raging relentlessly in Ukraine. Suffering is deepening in Gaza, where civilians bear the heaviest toll. We support a two-state solution where Israel and Palestine coexist peacefully and securely with internationally recognized borders in line with the relevant United Nations resolutions. Nepal is deeply concerned about the innocent civilians held hostage by Hamas. We call for the immediate release of Bipin Joshi, a Nepali student who has been held hostage by Hamas since October 7, 2023. Excellencies, crises in Sudan, Sahel, and beyond have left millions displaced, hungry, and vulnerable. The architectures of the global peace has been under severe pressure, unseen since the Second World War. Institutions designed to prevent conflict and uphold human dignity are tested as never before. It is frustrating that the defense budget is skyrocketing while development cooperation is shrinking. Global military spending has reached unprecedented levels, $2.7 trillion in 2024, the highest since the Cold War. We have witnessed gross violations of human rights in various parts of the world. Children and most vulnerable are caught in the crossfire. Climate-driven disasters are compounding human suffering, deepening vulnerabilities, displacing communities, and straining already fragile systems. The very institutions we build to confront these global challenges are under immense strain. Confidence in multilateral frameworks is weakening. This is a clear and urgent call to reassess, strengthen, and revitalize our multilateral institutions and to fortify global solidarity and actions. Mr. President, let me highlight a few areas that deserve urgent global attention. First, peace and security. Beyond words, peace demands actions, it demands courage, and it demands the commitment. In these turbulent times, dialogue must triumph over hostility, diplomacy over conflict, and cooperation over divisions. We must take urgent and coordinated actions to prevent conflict, uphold justice, and foster inclusive development. It is incumbent upon us to address the root causes of the conflicts, including poverty, inequality, and marginalizations. Second, we must strengthen multilateralism and rebuild trust. Multilateral institutions must deliver not just promises, but results. They must be representative, transparent, and accountable. In this interdependent world, no single nation, however rich and powerful, can resolve global problems alone. We must uphold multilateralism for fostering global cooperations and coordinations. We must repose our trust in multilateralism, anchored in sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and national independence. Third, accelerating the implementations of the 2030 Agenda is critical. As the progress on the Sustainable Development Goals is far off track, the world must act with greater urgency and solidarity. We strongly call for the timely and effective implementations of the Compromiso de Sovia. Sustainable investment must be boosted to deliver on our promises. Development assistance is critical for making progress in sustainable development. We appreciate the developed countries that meet the ODA target and strongly urges others to fulfill the commitment. We must make development finance adequate, easily accessible, predictable, and aligned with national priorities. Institutional and human capacity support tailored to the needs and priorities of the countries, particularly in the global south, should be prioritized. We must reform trade systems to be fair, to be inclusive, and to be responsive to the developing countries. It is incumbent upon us to address the debt burdens facing by many developing countries. Debt relief, including debt restructuring and debt swap, should be scaled up to ease debt distress. Priorities should be given to inclusive development. We must invest in youth and promote gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. The rights, safety, and dignity of migrant workers must be fully respected and protected. Fourth, climate justice and climate actions. Climate change has disproportionately affected vulnerable populations such as low-income communities and developing nations. Nepal is deeply concerned about the disproportionate impact of climate change, particularly in the mountain regions. We have first-hand experience of glaciers melting in our Himalayas that are seriously threatening the lives and livelihoods of millions downstreams. To discuss the climate crisis and chart out the way forward, we convened the Sagarmatha Samvad, that is Mount Everest Dialogue, in May this year under the theme Climate Change, Mountains and Future of Humanity. The Samvad adopted the Sagarmatha call for action, reaffirming our shared commitment to the Paris Agreement and 2030 Agenda. Nepal is proud to be among the few countries to have submitted our third nationally determined contributions, NDC 3. By 2035, we aim to reduce emissions by nearly 27% and expand renewable energy eightfold. Excellencies, as the world confronts a climate catastrophe, we must act with urgency and resolve. This is not a crisis of emissions. It is a crisis of equity, of survival, and of justice. Nepal calls for urgent, fair, and ambitious actions to protect vulnerable communities. Polluters may take responsibility with actions. We reiterate our call for scale-up, predictable, and accessible climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building for countries on the front line, particularly the least developed countries and mountainous nations. The loss and damage fund must be capitalized, and biodiversity finance must be increased to match the scale of the crisis. Nepal urges the international community, especially developed countries, to demonstrate genuine solidarity and moral clarity by delivering on the ICJ advisory opinion and upholding their obligation to protect the climate systems. Fifth, digital transformations. Technology must be inclusive, secure, and right-based. We must narrow the digital divide within and among countries to create a peaceful and equitable society. Nepal advocates for a global digital cooperation framework that ensures access to infrastructures, digital literacy, and data protections for all. Technology transfer must be accelerated and scaled up. Finally, the United Nations must be reformed to reflect the present-day realities. Focus should be laid on coherence, coordinations, and accountability across the UN development system. We need to prioritize LDCs and LLDCs across all global commitments and partnerships. The UN 80 initiative offers a timely opportunity to renew our collective commitment to a more inclusive, transparent, and effective multilateral systems. Nepal supports the reform of the United Nations Security Council to make it more representative, transparent, and accountable. The review of the ECOSOC and the high-level political forum this year presents an important moment to enhance their effectiveness, coherence, and the impact in delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals. Similarly, Nepal supports the ongoing peace-building architecture review. This is an opportunity to enhance synergy, streamline efforts, and drive results where they matter the most. We also underline that the global financial architecture must meet today's realities. Mr. President, the global community has time and again reaffirmed its determinations to tackle challenges before us. And we have shown that we can achieve more when we act in genuine partnership, when we choose collaborations over confrontations, and when we replace disagreements with dialogue, and we are committed to peace, prosperity, and sustainable future. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for 8 decades, the United Nations has stood as a beacon of hope for peace, for justice, for human rights, and for development. Today, that legacy calls upon us more urgently than ever. The world watches us at a moment of great trial. Let us stand together, united and determined to ensure enduring peace and prosperity in the world. When the United Nations succeeds, humanity as a whole succeeds. When it falters, it is the innocent and vulnerable who bear the heaviest cost. Let this 80th anniversary remind us of our shared duty to safeguard peace, to uphold justice, to protect human dignity, and to build a world that is fairer, safer, and more human for all. Nepal stands firmly committed to doing its part in shaping a safer, more prosperous, and more sustainable world. I thank you.
I thank the Chair of Delegation of Nepal. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mohammad Siat Douale, Chair of Delegation of Djibouti.
Madame la Présidente, je souhaiterais d'abord réitérer nos vives félicitations à son Excellence Madame Anna Baerbock, Présidente de l'Assemblée générale, pour cette session historique qui coïncide avec la commémoration du 80e anniversaire de la création des Nations Unies. Le thème que vous avez retenu pour cette session, Mieux ensemble, bâtir la paix, promouvoir le développement et garantir les droits humains, définit d'une manière éclairante la quête patiente, méticuleuse et scrupuleuse de la communauté internationale depuis la signature de la Charte des Nations Unies il y a 80 ans. Nous pouvons être fiers des résultats obtenus et de nombreux succès enregistrés par notre organisation. En dépit d'un contexte difficile, rien ne doit entamer notre détermination à construire un monde moins inégalitaire, plus solidaire
pacifiée et prospère. Notre gratitude va à l'endroit de votre prédécesseur, M. Philemon Young, pour son ouverture, son leadership et ses efforts continus tout au long de la session qui vient de s'achever. Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, au cours de ces 8 décennies passées, le rôle des Nations Unies a été déterminant dans le soutien au processus de décolonisation en Afrique et en Asie, la résolution de conflits, la prolifération nucléaire, le combat contre la pauvreté et le changement climatique, la promotion des droits de l'homme ainsi que la gestion des risques de pandémie. Les Nations Unies, conscientes de la nécessité d'affiner ces outils, a continuellement entrepris les réformes nécessaires afin de toujours mieux s'acquitter de son mandat et de répondre aux défis du moment. Sous le leadership du secrétaire général actuel et à la demande des États membres, devant le constat de la lenteur dans la mise en œuvre des objectifs de développement durable et dans le but de bâtir un multilatéralisme plus inclusif, plus efficace et plus interconnecté, nous avons adopté les recommandations contenues dans le rapport majeur intitulé « Notre agenda commun ». Devant l'imprévisibilité de l'avenir et l'aggravation de certaines tendances de nature à miner la coopération internationale ainsi que l'émergence de défis nouveaux, les contractants que nous sommes ont adopté un pacte pour l'avenir qui comprend un pacte pour le numérique et une déclaration sur les générations futures. Convaincus qu'il nous faut bâtir un monde meilleur où nous serons mieux ensemble, nous avons convenu d'un programme ambitieux couvrant des questions aussi importantes que la paix et la sécurité, le développement durable, le changement climatique, la coopération numérique et en particulier veiller à faire de l'intelligence artificielle une technologie qui profite à tous, les droits humains, l'égalité des sexes, la jeunesse et les générations futures, ainsi que la transformation de la gouvernance mondiale. Ces accomplissements ne peuvent cependant masquer les conséquences dévastatrices causées par la fragmentation géopolitique et géoéconomique en cours. Les conflits prolifèrent et s'enlisent de l'Ukraine au Soudan, en passant par le Sahel. L'horreur indicible continue à Gaza. Les enfants y sont impunément assassinés au quotidien et la famine est utilisée comme arme de guerre, sans que la communauté internationale ne puisse efficacement arrêter le génocide en cours, comme vient de le rappeler le rapport de la commission d'enquête des Nations Unies en date du 16 septembre, élaboré sous la direction de la juge Navi Pillay. Les normes régissant l'usage de la force sont violées avec une régularité effrayante, comme l'illustrent les bombardements, les raids et les assassinats extraterritoriaux conduits par Israël. Nous condamnons l'agression terroriste contre le Qatar et la violation de sa souveraineté et intégrité territoriale. Au nom du président de la République, son Excellence M. Ismaël Omar Guelleh, nous réaffirmons notre solidarité à l'émir, son Altesse, Cheikh Tamim Ben Hamad Al Thani, ainsi que le gouvernement et peuple frère du Qatar. Le Conseil de sécurité est paralysé par le recours devenu systématique du veto. Les droits internationaux et les normes qui nous ont guidés jusqu'à là sont dangereusement remis en cause. La crise de confiance entre États est aggravée par la grave crise de liquidité due à la persistance d'arriérés de contributions. Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, la République de Djibouti salue l'adoption récente du compromis de Séville issu du Forum sur le financement du développement. Cet accord constitue à nos yeux une étape importante dans la quête d'un système financier international plus équitable, plus solidaire, au service des objectifs de développement durable. Les chiffres sont tout aussi éloquents qu'alarmants. Le monde est confronté à un déficit annuel de 4 000 milliards de dollars pour atteindre les ODD. Les pays en voie de développement paient, en plus du service de la dette, qu'ils investissent dans la santé ou l'éducation. En 2023, 1 400 milliards de dollars ont été consacrés au service de la dette dans les pays à revenus faibles et intermédiaires. Plus de 50 pays dépensent aujourd'hui plus de 10% de leurs recettes publiques uniquement pour rembourser leurs dettes. Dans certains cas, ce taux dépasse les 20%. L'aide publique, quant à elle, accuse un recul préoccupant. Selon les derniers rapports des Nations Unies, seulement 17% des cibles sont en bonne voie d'être atteintes d'ici 2030, tandis que 37% sont en stagnation ou carrément en régression. Aucun des 17 objectifs n'est en passe d'être atteint dans sa totalité. La faim augmente, les inégalités se creusent et les conséquences du changement climatique frappent plus lourdement les pays qui ont le moins contribué au problème. Djibouti, bien que très faible émetteur, subit les conséquences disproportionnées de cette crise. Sécheresse prolongée, raréfaction des ressources en eau, désertification accrue, vagues de chaleur extrême et élévation du niveau de la mer qui menacent directement nos zones côtières où vit la majorité de la population. Nous sommes convaincus, comme nous l'avons rappelé récemment lors du 2e sommet africain sur le climat à Addis Abeba, que l'urgence appelle d'abord à une stratégie d'adaptation efficace. À Djibouti, le Sovereign Carbon Agency collecte les contributions carbone sur la base du principe pollueur-payeur et les transforme en projets d'adaptation pour les communautés affectées. Le compromis de Séville suscite un nouvel espoir. Il appelle à une réforme de fond, à une gouvernance financière plus inclusive et répond aux aspirations de longue date des pays du Sud. Les engagements qu'il contient doivent être honorés. Il ne faut pas qu'il devienne un texte de plus dans les archives du multilatéralisme. Il doit servir de base à un nouveau contrat mondial fondé sur une solidarité concrète, la responsabilité et l'ambition partagée. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Djibouti is committed to transforming its strategic, geographic, and infrastructural advantages from primarily a transit leader to a fully integrated industrial partner for East Africa and beyond. In line with its National Development Plan, Djibouti EC, we will pursue inclusive, sustainable industrialization that adds local value, create more employment and benefits its neighboring countries. Djibouti will leverage its free trade zones, ports, and logistics infrastructure to attract light manufacturing, agro-processing, packaging, and assembly industries that serve regional demand. Djibouti is a strong believer in regional integration, where each country develops and leverages its comparative advantage to contribute to shared growth and stability. Djibouti is and will always remain a serious, reliable, committed, and constructive partner to countries in the region and its many friends all around the world. Just 2 days ago, on September the 27th, Djibouti achieved its first UNESCO Biosphere Reserve status with the designation of the Archipel des Sept Frères, Rassian, Korangar, and Godoria Biosphere Reserve. This major historic step, which underlines our country's commitment to environmental stewardship, strengthens our resolve to develop Djibouti's potential to become a premier destination for eco-tourism. Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, nous nous félicitons des progrès accomplis en Somalie dans les efforts de mise en œuvre de priorités nationales, le programme de développement national et le plan de stabilisation. Nous demeurons cependant préoccupés par la menace que continue à poser la milice terroriste Al-Shabaab. Nous saluons la contribution des forces somaliennes, de l'Union africaine et des autres forces opérant légalement dans la lutte contre Al-Shabaab et reconnaissant les sacrifices immenses consentis. Nous soulignons l'importance cruciale de garantir aux forces africaines de l'EUSOM les ressources prévisibles en volume suffisant afin de leur permettre de s'acquitter de leur mandat dans les meilleures conditions. Djibouti est un contributeur important de l'Union africaine en Somalie, puis de sa transition ATMIS, avec des troupes stationnées dans des secteurs clés suivants: Beledweyne, Bulahawa et Jalalarsi, dans la région de Hiran, État de Hirshabelle. Face à la montée des attaques terroristes, Djibouti a répondu à l'appel de la Somalie en signant un nouvel accord en juillet 2025 permettant le déploiement additionnel de forces djiboutiennes afin de renforcer les efforts de stabilisation dans le pays. Il nous faut collectivement apporter un soutien robuste au gouvernement somalien afin de l'assister dans ses efforts. Nous ne pouvons tolérer que ces milices terroristes poursuivent leur campagne meurtrière contre les populations civiles, les forces somaliennes et les partenaires internationaux et ferment les couloirs humanitaires. Madame la Présidente, nous sommes extrêmement préoccupés par la poursuite des hostilités au Soudan dans ce conflit fratricide qui dure plus de 2 ans. Le bilan en perte de vies humaines est lourd. La destruction d'infrastructures civiles coûteuses perturbe les services essentiels tels que l'eau, la santé et l'électricité. La détérioration continue de la situation sécuritaire et humanitaire cause des déplacements massifs de population. Le Soudan, avec plus de 30 millions de personnes en besoin d'assistance selon les chiffres des Nations Unies, est confronté à une situation humanitaire catastrophique qui exige une réponse immédiate et coordonnée de la communauté internationale. Nous appelons à la fin immédiate des opérations militaires et à l'instauration d'un cessez-le-feu durable en écho aux précédentes résolutions régionales visant à désamorcer le conflit. Djibouti, enfin, réaffirme son attachement à la souveraineté, à l'intégrité territoriale, à l'unité nationale et à la stabilité du Soudan, conformément aux engagements régionaux et internationaux. Nous réaffirmons notre volonté de travailler en partenariat avec les acteurs régionaux et internationaux désireux de trouver une issue pacifique et durable à la crise et appelons en tout temps à placer au centre de nos efforts les intérêts de la population soudanaise et la stabilité régionale. Madame la Présidente, lors de la signature de la Charte des Nations Unies et de la création des Nations Unies, la communauté internationale, tirant les leçons de la Ligue des Nations, s'était engagée à tout mettre en œuvre afin d'épargner à l'humanité le fléau d'une nouvelle guerre. Il semble que la promesse d'un monde sans guerre ne soit pas tenue car nous faisons face aujourd'hui à un certain nombre de situations de conflit, certaines d'entre elles particulièrement horribles. Le conflit le plus dévastateur, aussi vieux que les Nations Unies, demeure l'agression continue d'Israël et l'occupation des terres de Palestine. L'horreur indicible qui y règne exige une action urgente de la communauté internationale, au-delà des mots et des condamnations sans conséquence. À Gaza et au West Bank, pour les Israéliens, tuer semble être la plus innocente des occupations. Pendant que la communauté internationale s'attelle à la revitalisation de la solution à 2 États, Israël, elle, est occupée à enterrer non seulement l'idée de 2 États, mais également la possibilité future d'un État palestinien viable et souverain. Leur vœu le plus cher, c'est de compromettre la solution à 2 États et d'enterrer la paix sous les décombres de la colonisation et de la militarisation. Mais c'est bien sûr une mission vouée à l'échec. Le peuple palestinien est résilient, courageux. La communauté internationale est tout aussi déterminée, comme l'illustre la résolution adoptée par une vaste majorité des États membres à l'Assemblée générale, ainsi que les résultats très encourageants de la conférence internationale du 22 septembre, coprésidée par l'Arabie saoudite et la France. Nous ne le répéterons jamais assez. La solution à 2 États est la seule capable de répondre aux aspirations légitimes du peuple palestinien et de faire advenir une paix durable. Djibouti encourage les efforts en cours afin qu'ils puissent produire les résultats escomptés. Madame Judge Navi Pillay admonished, the Security Council must not be the graveyard of conscience, and to this, President Gele recently added, neither must the General Assembly nor any of its member states. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, the dispute concerning the Ras Dumera area and Dumera Island and Mount Dumera on the land/maritime border with Eritrea, as well as the situation of its prisoners of war held incommunicado, remain unresolved. As we did in previous years, We renew our readiness to work with our neighbors in order to find a peaceful and negotiated solution on the basis of international law. The Republic of Djibouti solemnly reaffirms in this anniversary year, when we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the signing of the Charter of the United Nations, and as required by Article 33 of this fundamental document, its proposal to negotiate either through bilateral means, mediation, conciliation, recourse to the International Court of Justice, or arbitration to settle the dispute in a legally binding and definitive manner. Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, les Nations Unies, 80 ans après sa création, continuent d'offrir une plateforme et des outils adéquats que nous pouvons affiner davantage, bien sûr, afin de mieux vivre ensemble et répondre aux défis complexes auxquels notre monde fait face en matière de paix, de sécurité collective, de développement et de droits humains. Nous devons tout mettre en œuvre afin que les Nations Unies ne restent un théâtre symbolique, vigilant sur son image, mais sourd aux exigences de réforme, y compris celles du Conseil de sécurité, en accordant à l'Afrique la place qu'elle mérite, réparant ainsi une injustice historique. Les Nations Unies demeurent plus que jamais essentielles. Nous ne devons pas en faire une victime expiatoire, sacrifiée sur l'autel de nos différences et notre incapacité à instaurer entre nous des liens de confiance solides. Nous devons travailler ensemble afin de donner au multilatéralisme un sens renouvelé et renforcer la coopération internationale dans l'intérêt de tous les États, petits et grands. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
I thank the Chair of Delegation of Djibouti. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Christina Marcus Larsen, Chair of Delegation of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, friends, and colleagues. 80 years ago, representatives from around the globe came together to establish the United Nations. My country, Denmark, was part of that historic moment. But many other nations were not given that opportunity. In 1945, the world was still a world of empires, of colonies and dependent territories that were not free to choose their own political destiny. The establishment of the United Nations did not change that overnight. Yet, it set the world on a course toward a radically different order. An order based on the equal rights and self-determination of peoples and of nations, large and small, a rules-based international order. As this order grew into being, the world saw tremendous progress. More than 1 billion people were lifted out of poverty, standards of living and life expectancies rose, a network of economic, political, social, and cultural relations across the globe were formed. It even seemed that wars between states were becoming a thing of the past. In recent years, this path has been broken. Wars are back. Extreme poverty is on the rise. International law is under pressure. Does this mean that the United Nations has become irrelevant? Of course not. The conclusion is the opposite. The UN is as essential as ever. Without the UN, the world would be in a much worse state. But as the world is changing, so must the United Nations. Excellencies, last year we agreed on the Pact for the Future. We committed to updating global governance, doing away with historical injustices of the existing system, expanding the Security Council and reforming the international financial architecture, bringing about a system that delivers for all. This year, the Secretary-General presented his UN 80 reform initiative. I thank the Secretary-General for his bold act of leadership. I encourage and expect more concrete proposals on how to adapt the UN system to new realities, making hard choices. And I ask fellow member states to engage constructively in the process. Excellencies, as an elected member of the Security Council, Denmark works towards ensuring that the Council fulfills its vital mandate towards safeguarding international law, including international humanitarian law, and ensuring that the voices of those affected by conflict are heard by the Council. At times, we succeed with fellow members through a shared sense of purpose. Too often, however, results are not possible. Too often, the Security Council is divided, unable or unwilling to act. The costs of inactions are felt around the world, from the raging war in Sudan to the erasure of women's rights in Afghanistan, from the spiraling gang violence in Haiti to the crisis in Myanmar, to the instability across the Sahel, not to mention the horrible situation in Gaza. Almost 2 years have passed since the horrific terrorist attack by Hamas on October 7, 2023, an attack that tore through Israeli families and left the nation wounded to its core. Denmark has repeatedly and consistently condemned the attack and called for the immediate release of all hostages. We've also said from day one that Israel has a right to self-defense. But what is going on in Gaza right now has nothing to do with self-defense. A man-made famine is spreading. Thousands of civilians are being killed. The humanitarian catastrophe is of unbearable scale. It must be brought to an end immediately. Israel must comply with international law, including international humanitarian law. The war in Gaza needs to stop. The two-state solution remains the only solution to a lasting peace for two peoples, both deserving of security, both deserving of dignity. The high-level conference on the two-state solution last Monday clearly demonstrated that the momentum is growing, that we are witnessing a renewed energy and enthusiasm for peace based on the two-state solution, a solution that Denmark is prepared to build on. The keys to recognition of a Palestinian state can no longer lie in the hands of the Israeli government. The Palestinians themselves must become masters of their own destiny. Excellencies, in Ukraine, Russia's horrific and illegal war of choice continues. A war that could end tomorrow if only Russia wanted to. If only Russia would withdraw to its own territory and refrain from trying to alter international borders by force. Russia's blatant violation of the UN Charter is felt most intensely in Ukraine and in Europe. Yet, its political and economic repercussions are felt across the world, from the disruption of supply chains to global inflation, costs that are borne primarily by developing countries, far away from the European battlefield of Russian creation. From the outset, Denmark has stood by Ukraine, politically, economically, militarily, and let there be no doubt, Denmark will continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. We must support Ukraine's military as it fights to protect its people, its territory, and its freedom. This is exactly what Denmark is doing through a range of initiatives. We call on others to step up and do the same. Because Ukraine is not just fighting for its own existence. It is fighting to defend the very principle that define the UN-based world order: territorial integrity, national sovereignty, and the right to political independence. Let us never forget that Russia is the aggressor. Russia's repeated violations of European airspace with aircrafts and drones underline Russia's insistence on staying on a path of war. So, colleagues, I ask you, are these the actions of a country generally committed to peace? Excellencies, our collective inability to halt the killings, suffering, and injustices in Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, and beyond must not prompt us to submit to a world ruled by brute force. On the contrary, it must inspire us to work harder, to sustain the instruments and mechanisms we have built over the last 80 years. To Denmark, this includes maintaining our firm support for the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court as core international justice institutions. We do believe that this is paramount. It also includes maintaining our firm support for the Sustainable Development Goals. With only 5 years to 2030, we are still far from reaching those goals, and the financing gap is widening. For 45 years, Denmark has delivered on the UN target of 0.7% in official development assistance. We call on other fellow member states to join us, not as an act of altruism, but as a long-term investment in our shared future. Excellencies, in a world of competing crises, climate change and its impact remain real. Flooding, drought, heat waves. Again, the cost of inaction are felt across the world, and particularly in developing countries. The COP30 Climate Summit in Brazil will be a decisive moment. The benefits of the green transition are evident. Demand for clean technology is on the rise. In 2024, more than 90% of new power added to the world's grid came from renewable energy. Green transition is not only good for the planet, but also for investments, innovation, jobs, competitiveness, and resilience. So sometimes all good things really do go together. Excellencies, building on a livable planet for future generations is not just about nature or resources. It's about people. Defending human rights is as essential as today as it was in 1945. Perhaps ever more so, as the pressure is growing, especially on the rights of women and girls. To Denmark, it is evident that gender equality is not only the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do. That is also why Denmark, as we look to the upcoming process of selecting a new Secretary General for the United Nations, is encouraging member states to put forward qualified female candidates. After 80 years, it is high time for a woman to be at the helm of this organization. Excellency, in closing, I would like to recall the wisdom of Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it is done. When we compare the world of today to the world of 1945, the progress is evident. Empires have been dismantled. Millions have been lifted out of poverty. The equal rights of all human beings and of nations large and small have been recognized. In a world of rapid change and growing uncertainty, we must not lose sight of how far we have come, nor must we forget that it was by working together we got here. Let us rekindle the spirit of cooperation, that led to the establishment of the United Nations 80 years ago. It always seems impossible until it is done. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Denmark. I now give the floor to His Excellency Marc Hermanje Nadudu Araba, chair of the delegation of Benin.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, distingués délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est avec un profond sentiment d'honneur et de responsabilité que je prends la parole. Au nom de Son Excellence Monsieur Patrice Talon, Président de la République du Bénin, à l'occasion de la 80e Assemblée générale des Nations Unies. Je tiens à adresser tout d'abord mes plus chaleureuses félicitations à Madame Annalena Baerbock pour sa brillante élection à la présidence de cette session et l'assurer du plein soutien de ma délégation dans l'accomplissement de sa noble mission. Je souhaite également saluer l'engagement constant de M. Antonio Guterres, secrétaire général des Nations Unies, pour ses efforts infatigables en faveur de la paix, de la sécurité, du développement durable et du respect des droits humains dans un contexte mondial marqué par des incertitudes croissantes et des crises multiples. En ce moment de célébration du jubilé de chêne de notre organisation commune, il me paraît opportun de procéder à un bilan critique de ces résultats en vue de dégager des perspectives pour un monde meilleur et de paix. Nous nous réunissons cette année dans un climat international lourdement assombri par la multiplication des foyers de tension, l'aggravation des crises humanitaires et climatiques, l'accroissement des inégalités, ainsi que par l'érosion de la confiance dans les institutions multilatérales. Ces défis, qui se déploient à l'échelle planétaire, interpellent profondément notre capacité collective à préserver la paix, promouvoir la prospérité partagée et protéger la dignité humaine. Ce contexte mondial, fort agité, justifie pleinement la pertinence du thème principal du débat général de la présente session, Mieux ensemble, plus de 80 ans au service de la paix, du développement et des droits humains. Pour le Bénin, il n'existe qu'une seule réponse à ces défis: renforcer la coopération internationale, revitaliser le multilatéralisme et redonner tout son sens à la solidarité entre les peuples. Madame la Présidente, nous sommes aujourd'hui à un moment charnière de l'histoire contemporaine. Le monde tel que nous le connaissions se transforme sous l'effet de mutations profondes, notamment la recomposition des équilibres stratégiques, l'accélération technologique, la crise climatique, la montée des interdépendances, mais aussi des rivalités. Ces changements ne sont pas de simples ajustements conjoncturels, mais annoncent un nouvel ordre géopolitique mondial. Nous sommes témoins d'un glissement progressif vers un monde multipolaire. De nouvelles puissances émergent, affirmant leur voix dans les affaires internationales, tandis que les alliances stratégiques se redessinent. Cette dynamique ouvre des perspectives de rééquilibrage, mais comporte également des risques de fragmentation. Ma délégation souligne que ce nouveau monde en gestation ne devrait pas conduire les États de dimension modeste à être relégués au rôle de simples spectateurs, ni disparaître dans le fracas des rivalités des puissances. Nos voix comptent, nos expériences comptent, nos solutions comptent. L'histoire de cette organisation, fondée sur le principe de l'égalité souveraine des États, nous a maintes fois démontré que les acteurs de taille modeste sont généralement des points d'équilibre grâce à leur capacité à incarner la mesure, le dialogue et la coopération qui sont l'essence même du multilatéralisme. Mon pays, le Bénin, conçoit sa place dans ce nouvel ordre mondial comme celle d'un acteur de stabilité et de coopération, c'est-à-dire une force de proposition,
qui n'a nulle prétention de vouloir déterminer la politique du monde, mais qui a, sur les grands défis que nous sommes appelés à relever ensemble, une vision à partager. Notre politique extérieure se fonde sur le respect du droit international et la primauté des solutions pacifiques aux différends. Nous croyons que la force du droit doit toujours prévaloir sur le droit de la force. Nous privilégions les vertus de la diplomatie préventive, la médiation et la construction de consensus au sein des organisations régionales et internationales. Héritiers d'une histoire plurielle, nous défendons la diversité culturelle comme pilier de la paix mondiale et œuvrons à reconnecter l'Afrique avec ses diasporas en offrant notamment aux afro-descendants qui le souhaitent la nationalité béninoise par reconnaissance. Dans ce nouvel ordre mondial en gestation, la question de la souveraineté nationale revient au premier plan des débats. À travers le monde, des nations réaffirment leur droit légitime de décider de leur destin, de protéger leurs intérêts vitaux et de préserver leur intégrité territoriale. Cette aspiration est légitime, car elle repose sur le droit international, la Charte des Nations Unies et la volonté des peuples. Mais, en même temps, cette quête de souveraineté est parfois interprétée comme un appel au repli et à la fermeture. Pour le Bénin, la souveraineté rime plutôt avec une capacité d'action autonome, adossée à une vision claire des intérêts nationaux et s'exerce dans le cadre d'un système international où chaque État, tout en restant maître de ses choix, reconnaît que les défis communs exigent des réponses collectives. La véritable souveraineté s'affirme également dans la capacité de dialoguer, de négocier, de coopérer et de s'ouvrir au monde. Madame la Présidente, le Bénin observe avec préoccupation la multiplication des conflits armés, de l'Europe orientale au Moyen-Orient, du Sahel à la région des Grands Lacs, menaçant la vie de millions d'êtres humains, provoquant des déplacements massifs des populations, sans occulter la fragilisation des institutions et la destruction des infrastructures, ce qui nourrit un cycle de pauvreté et de violence dans les zones de tension. Face à ces réalités, notre conviction est claire. Aucun conflit ne peut trouver de solution durable par la force des armes. Seul un dialogue inclusif, soutenu par une volonté politique réelle et accompagné d'un engagement international cohérent, peut ouvrir la voie à une paix juste et durable, en particulier dans le chaos humanitaire à Gaza, où les perspectives de reconstruction semblent incertaines. Le Bénin réaffirme son soutien à la solution à deux États comme la seule option viable pour un règlement définitif du conflit israélo-palestinien, conformément aux résolutions pertinentes du Conseil de sécurité et à la déclaration de New York, adoptée au thème de la conférence internationale conjointement organisée par la France et le Royaume d'Arabie saoudite en juillet 2025. Le Bénin suit également, avec une vive préoccupation, l'évolution de la crise dans l'est de la République démocratique du Congo, marquée par la persistance des violences malgré les récentes initiatives diplomatiques. Nous saluons les efforts du Qatar et des États-Unis d'Amérique visant à favoriser la désescalade et à ouvrir des perspectives de dialogue inclusif. Nous invitons les parties prenantes à faire taire les armes et encourageons l'Union africaine à assurer la cohérence stratégique, la complémentarité opérationnelle et l'alignement des efforts de paix dans la région des Grands Lacs. Le Bénin plaide pour que la diplomatie préventive retrouve toute sa place dans l'action de notre organisation. Prévenir un conflit coûte toujours moins cher, humainement, financièrement, que d'en gérer les conséquences, comme c'est le cas dans notre sous-région, qui fait, hélas, actuellement face à la menace du terrorisme, de l'extrémisme violent et de la criminalité transnationale. La situation dans la partie septentrionale de mon pays, qui subit les attaques de mouvements terroristes, notamment du JNIM dans la zone du triple point frontalière avec les pays du Sahel, est critique. Le gouvernement y fait face avec détermination, avec l'appui des partenaires internationaux, à travers une stratégie inclusive combinant sécurité renforcée aux frontières, initiatives de développement communautaire, prise en charge des déplacés internes et réfugiés, couplés à des programmes de prévention de la radicalisation. Le terrorisme est une menace transnationale et sans une coopération stratégique et un renforcement de la confiance mutuelle entre les pays, les efforts nationaux pour y faire face se révèlent, hélas, très insuffisants. Par ailleurs, la paix ne peut être préservée que si elle repose sur la justice et le respect du droit international. Cela implique que tous les États membres s'acquittent de leurs obligations, respectent la souveraineté des nations et renoncent à toute ingérence ou agression. Madame la Présidente, il y a 10 ans, la communauté internationale adoptait l'agenda 2030 pour le développement durable, porteur de l'ambitieuse promesse de ne laisser personne de côté. Aujourd'hui, nous devons faire face à une réalité préoccupante, à savoir que la trajectoire mondiale d'atteinte des ODD est gravement compromise. Les chocs successifs, pandémie de la Covid, crise sécuritaire, effets exacerbés des changements climatiques, tensions géopolitiques et ralentissements économiques ont freiné, voire inversé dans de nombreux pays, notamment en Afrique subsaharienne, les progrès. Malgré ces défis, le Bénin, sous le leadership du président Patrice Talon, a entrepris des réformes profondes et mobilisé des investissements stratégiques visant à transformer durablement l'économie et améliorer les conditions de vie de ses citoyens. Des résultats appréciables ont été atteints en matière d'ODD, avec près de 60% des 49 cibles priorisées en bonne voie d'être atteintes. L'indice 2025 des ODD pour le Bénin est de 57,8, plaçant notre pays au premier rang mondial en termes de progression avec un gain de 14,5 points de pourcentage depuis 2015. Ces résultats positifs illustrent la capacité du Bénin à transformer ses politiques publiques en progrès tangibles pour ses populations. Face aux nombreux défis restant à relever, afin de consolider les acquis et combler les lacunes, nous appelons à une mobilisation générale à moins de 5 ans de l'échéance de l'agenda 2030. Cela requiert une action multilatérale rénovée en faveur d'une mise en œuvre cohérente du compromis de Séville, adopté au terme de la 4e conférence internationale sur le financement du développement. Nous appelons à une réforme profonde de l'architecture financière mondiale et de la gouvernance des institutions multilatérales de développement, afin qu'elles intègrent davantage les pays du Sud dans leur processus décisionnel, modernisent leurs instruments financiers à l'aune des nouvelles problématiques liées à la transition énergétique, l'inclusion sociale et la résilience climatique. Par ailleurs, la réalisation des ODD exige de considérer les jeunes et les femmes non pas comme de simples bénéficiaires, mais comme de véritables partenaires du changement. Au Bénin, plus de 65% de la population a moins de 30 ans. Investir dans leur potentiel n'est pas seulement un impératif démographique, mais un choix stratégique pour construire une société prospère, inclusive et résiliente. De même, l'autonomisation des femmes constitue un levier majeur de progrès social et économique, garantissant une croissance partagée et équitable. Et c'est dans cet esprit que le gouvernement du Bénin, en partenariat avec le Fonds des Nations Unies pour la population, a organisé les 4 et 5 avril 2024 à Cotonou le sommet mondial de la jeunesse. La même ville a abrité les 30 et 31 juillet de cette année la réunion annuelle de coordination de l'Union africaine et des États membres sur le renforcement, la mise en œuvre et pour la promotion de l'agenda des femmes, paix et sécurité en Afrique, dans le contexte de la célébration du 25e anniversaire de l'adoption de la résolution 1325 du Conseil de sécurité des Nations unies. Madame la Présidente, face au malaise actuel du multilatéralisme découlant des rivalités géopolitiques, du retour des logiques de puissance, du repli nationaliste, le Bénin exhorte à un sursaut collectif pour sa revitalisation afin de le rendre plus inclusif et orienté vers l'action. Dans ce contexte, ma délégation prend note de l'initiative ONU 80 lancée par le secrétaire général et voudrait insister sur les points d'attention ci-après. 1. Le processus de l'initiative ONU 80 doit être transparent, inclusif, responsable et avoir pour objectif ultime d'améliorer l'exécution du mandat de l'ONU dans l'intérêt de ses États membres. 2. La meilleure réponse aux problèmes récurrents de liquidité de l'organisation réside dans le respect par les États membres de leur obligation de payer leurs contributions dans leur intégralité, à temps et sans condition. Et 3, enfin, toute proposition visant à réaliser des gains d'efficacité en réduisant les doubles emplois et les redondances de l'ensemble du système des Nations Unies ne doit pas viser à démanteler les agences fonds des Nations Unies au détriment de l'aide apportée aux États membres. Enfin, le Bénin voudrait souligner l'urgence d'une réforme approfondie du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies qui se veut une exigence de la réalité géopolitique du XXIe siècle. Il est essentiel de capitaliser sur les résultats du sommet de l'avenir de l'an dernier, notamment du pacte de l'avenir qui contient des engagements en vue de l'élargissement du Conseil. Le Bénin réaffirme à cet égard son soutien et la position commune africaine exprimée dans le consensus d'El Zoulouini et la déclaration de Sirte. L'Afrique, qui représente plus d'un quart des États membres et qui est le théâtre de nombreuses questions à l'ordre du jour du Conseil, ne peut plus rester marginalisée dans les prises de décision. Permettez-moi de conclure en citant l'aphorisme africain. Seul, on va plus vite. Ensemble, on va plus loin. Que cette maxime guide nos pas, inspire nos décisions et nous unisse dans la quête d'un avenir meilleur pour l'humanité tout entière. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
I thank the chair of the delegation of Benin. I now give the floor to His Excellency Odo Tevi, chair of the delegation of Vanuatu.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to deliver this address on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Vanuatu. Madam President, at the outset, let me sincerely congratulate you on your well-deserved election as President of the 80th session of this August Assembly. I assure you of the Vanuatu's delegation full support and cooperation during your tenure. I commend your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang, for the great achievements of the General Assembly under his leadership during these challenging times. I would also like to extend my sincere congratulations to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his continued vision, wisdom, and skillful leadership of the United Nations during these tumultuous times. Madam President, since the setup of the United Nations 80 years ago, we have seen that the world continues to face a myriad of global complex challenges. There are ongoing wars and violent conflicts, increased humanitarian emergencies, international laws are not respected, human rights violations increased, and poverty continues to remain. The current liquidity crisis facing the United Nations system limits the ability of the UN to address these challenges. As we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the United Nations Charter, let us take stock of what this founding document really means for us. The Charter is not merely a piece of history. It is a living document that binds us together in the pursuit of peace, human dignity, and shared prosperity. It is the expression of a collective promise that disputes should be resolved by dialogue, not by war,
that human rights and dignity are universal and that nations, large and small, are equal in sovereignty. Madam President, your theme, Better Together, 80 Years, More for Peace, Development, and Human Rights, is crucial at this time. The lesson of the last 80 years is clear. No nation can meet these challenges alone. Multilateralism is not a choice, it is a necessity. Better Together is not only a theme, but a guiding principle that we must work together to create a just, fair, and prosperous world. Madam President, the Prime Minister of Vanuatu, in his 45th Independence Commemoration speech on 30th of July this year, called on our people to renew unity, national harmony, and long-term vision, to hold fast to the values of faith, culture, and shared purpose, especially in times of challenge. That same spirit must guide our engagement in New York today. Small island states like ours cannot face climate change, global insecurity, or technical disruptions alone. Our independence reminds us that sovereignty is precious, but so too is solidarity. In the past few years, we have experienced a number of Category 4 to 5 cyclones, which have contributed to the erosion of around 30 to 60% of our economy. Moreover, in early December 17, 2024, we experienced a devastating earthquake in our capital that damaged our infrastructure and buildings. The cumulative effect of these disasters are huge. Each disaster erodes our infrastructure, displaces communities, and sets back economic and social progress. Recovery is slow, and our resilience is tested. The compounding nature of this crisis makes adaptations and preparations ever more urgent. And yet, as a small island developing state, Vanuatu faces limitations in resources, capacity, and access to finance. Apart from these disasters, foreign investments in our country have been flat, and this is due to a combination of factors, one of which is the unjust blacklisting imposed by some of our development partners and the difficulty of accessing funds due to the worsening of corresponding banking relationship. While these measures are often justified as steps towards de-risking, the consequences for a country like Vanuatu are severe. We call on the international community, financial institutions, and regulators to work with countries that are affected by these measures and to recognize the unintended consequences of de-risking in small economies. Solutions must include enhanced dialogue, technical assistance, and proportionate risk-based approaches that allow bona fide businesses and citizens to continue to participate in global commerce. Despite these challenges, we are starting to see some green shoots in our economy. Our economy is anticipated to recover this year and in the medium term. Of course, our growth prospects, among other things, will depend on a favorable external and domestic economic environment and how far we can withstand natural disasters in the future. Our development experience thus far reveals that as a vulnerable country which has graduated from least developing country status, it is not easy to chart your own course for development. The international environment has been unfavorable for small island developing states, and accessing climate and development finance continues to be challenging. The securitization of development finance makes it difficult to address our most pressing development challenges. Just like any other small island developing states, Vanuatu relies on the current global legal order that is underpinned by the UN Charter to thrive. As a nation, we will continue to espouse for the preservation of these ideals. Furthermore, we call for the UN to urgently look deeper into the challenges of states like Vanuatu and find innovative ways to assist them. Madam President, this year the Pacific leaders established the Pacific Resilience Facility, which aims to support climate projects that would build resilience in our economies and communities in the Pacific. This is one of the first regional-led initiatives of its kind in the world. I join our Pacific leaders to thank our development partners that have contributed to this initiative. I call on our good friends and partners to contribute further to this facility. Madam President, as you are well aware, Vanuatu, with the support of a coalition of nations, led a UN resolution which was adopted by the UN General Assembly in March 2023, calling for the International Court of Justice to provide an advisory opinion on climate change. The court delivered its historic opinion in July 2025, affirming that states have clear legal obligations to protect the environment and human rights from the impacts of this crisis. For vulnerable nations, including small island developing states, this opinion is a powerful affirmation of a long-standing call that climate change is an existential threat and that the world has a legal duty to respond. Now that the advisory opinion is rendered, Vanuatu will take a follow-up resolution this year to the UN General Assembly to affirm the findings of the court and propose actions for the opinion to be operationalized. I call upon all the UN member states to support this crucial resolution. Taking climate change to the ICJ via the General Assembly is not a silver bullet for increasing climate action, but only one tool to get us closer to the end goal of a safe planet for humanity. That is why, beyond the ICJ, we are also supporting other tools to battle the existential threat of climate change. We call on all states to join the group of nations proposing to include ecocide as the fifth independent crime of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, and thank the nations of Fiji, Samoa, and the Democratic Republic of Congo for their existing support in this regard. Vanuatu maintains that better prevention of future environmental destruction is as fundamentally important as mitigating and adapting to existing damage. We believe that criminalization of the severest forms of environmental destruction at the international level can and should play a crucial role not only in deterring harm but also in protecting the rights of present and future generations. The imposition, Madam President, the imposition of cohesive economic measures, including unilateral sanctions against developing countries, is unfair and unjust. It undermines the social and economic development of these countries. Such measures are in violation with the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. In this respect, we call for the uplift of the economic embargo on the Republic of Cuba. While the United Nations establishes human rights as a fundamental pillar of the organization, human rights challenges continue to persist globally. In the Pacific, the human rights of indigenous people are yet to be adequately addressed and remain a matter of ongoing concern. We acknowledge that in the recent Pacific Islands Forum Leaders Communique, member states have agreed to a roadmap to address human rights concerns in the region. The decolonization process within the United Nations framework requires enhanced momentum, and it is imperative that sustained dialogue be maintained among all stakeholders. In this regard, Vanuatu notes the ongoing dialogue conducted between the indigenous leaders of New Caledonia and the government of France in Paris this year. This dialogue has resulted in a roadmap, and we hope that this is a start for parties concerned to work collaboratively in finding the best way forward toward a peaceful and progressive future for the people of New Caledonia in accordance with the principles of self-determination established in the UN Charter. Madam President, 80 years on, the Charter calls us to action to safeguard international peace and security, to strengthen multilateral cooperation, and to ensure that the United Nations continues to serve as a beacon of hope for present and future generations. By returning to the spirit of the Charter, equality of nations, respect for rights, and shared responsibilities, we can meet today's challenges and build a future where no state, large or small, is left behind. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Vanuatu and his chair. I now give the floor to His Excellency Dionisio da Costa Barbo Soares, chair of the delegation of Timor-Leste.
Excelência Annalena Baerbock, Presidente da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas. Em nome do Governo e do povo de Timor-Leste, apresento calorosas felicitações a Vossa Excelência pela sua merecida eleição para presidir à 80ª sessão da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas. É um passo importante para corrigir o histórico desequilíbrio de género na liderança desta organização. Agradecemos ao seu antecessor, Philemon Yang, pela forma como conduziu os nossos trabalhos na sessão anterior. Rendemos igualmente homenagem ao secretário-geral das Organizações das Nações Unidas, António Guterres, pelo seu firme exercício de liderança nestes tempos tão conturbados e principalmente pela sua voz lesta e ímpar na defesa da paz. Senhora Presidente, Excelência, é uma imensa honra dirigir-me a esta Assembleia em nome de Timor-Leste. A nossa relação com a Organização das Nações Unidas é histórica e determinante. No nosso país, que se juntou à família das Nações Unidas em 2002, após a longa luta pela autodeterminação, o 80º aniversário das Nações Unidas é um momento de reflexão sobre o poder transformador do multilateralismo. Ainda que muito jovem e enfrentando os desafios subsequentes da sua sofrida história, Timor-Leste é, hoje, um vigoroso Estado democrático e, assim, um símbolo incontestável do triunfo do sistema internacional. Através das Nações Unidas, restauramos o nosso direito à independência e lançamos as bases para a construção das instituições de funcionamento do Estado. Atualmente, esta família que integramos apoia-nos no processo soberano de desenvolvimento e crescimento. É igualmente contando com a ONU que continuaremos, por isso, na esfera internacional, a procurar os caminhos para a paz, para a liberdade, para a igualdade dos povos e para o direito à autodeterminação, em todos os cantos do mundo em que habitamos, sem qualquer exceção. Num momento em que o mundo parece voluntariamente caminhar para a autodestruição, palco de conflitos internacionais, civis, emergências humanitárias, catástrofe climática e, subsequentemente, agravamento das desigualdades, Timor-Leste reafirma a nossa profunda convicção de que o sistema multilateral não é uma opção, mas uma necessidade. A ONU surge há 80 anos como resposta aos perigos do isolacionismo e do intervencionismo unilateral, fixando-se em princípios de diálogo e de busca de soluções coletivas como instrumentos para a paz, segurança e defesa dos direitos humanos. O espírito de paz e união que formou esta casa precisa, assim, de se renovar e fortalecer diante dos milhares de vítimas da violência atual. É fundamental que todos cumpramos com o direito internacional. Para pequenos países como o meu, é esta a única garantia de justiça, soberania e independência nacional. É o Estado de Direito internacional que nos permitiu assegurar a soberania sobre os nossos recursos após o processo de conciliação com a Austrália. É este sistema que nos permitiu solicitar ao Tribunal Internacional de Justiça um parecer consultivo sobre as obrigações dos Estados em relação às alterações climáticas. Este parecer histórico determina que o direito a um ambiente limpo, saudável e sustentável é inerente ao gozo dos direitos humanos. As Nações Unidas mantêm o papel primordial na proteção dos povos, na resposta a crises humanitárias e na mediação de conflitos. Rejeitando o isolamento dos Estados e o unilateralismo, Timor-Leste apela que a 80ª Assembleia Geral seja um ponto de viragem relativamente aos conflitos atuais. Senhora Presidente, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, profundamente preocupados com a erosão do direito internacional humanitário e com o sofrimento de civis em conflitos correntes, Timor-Leste apela a todos os Estados para que renovem o seu compromisso com a resolução pacífica de diferendos, respeitem o direito internacional e fortaleçam o papel das Nações Unidas na prevenção de conflitos. A paz e segurança continuarão a ser o alicerce das Cartas das Nações Unidas. Consideramos, contudo, que a ONU não pode nem deve tardar em efetivar as reformas urgentes a que todos temos apelado, ambicionando, em primeira instância, a sua efetividade no que respeita à defesa e garantia dos direitos humanos e do direito internacional dos Estados, uma violação corrente em várias partes do mundo e aos nossos olhos. A urgência da reforma da ONU reside na constatação do impedimento estrutural a que seja sujeita para aquilo que seria cumprimento da sua missão mais básica, proteger vidas. Para fortalecer a arquitetura global para a paz, Timor-Leste sugere que a Assembleia Geral tenha mais poder e autoridade em questões da segurança, a fim de evitar que um único Estado-membro possa paralisar toda a segurança comum das Nações Unidas. Sublinhamos igualmente a importância da reforma do Conselho de Segurança, para que este reflita a vitalidade e a retaguarda do século XXI e de voz também aos Estados em desenvolvimento e de menor dimensão. Mantemos firme a convicção de que a expansão, tanto nas categorias dos membros permanentes quanto de não permanentes, do Conselho é necessária para refletir as realidades geopolíticas contemporâneas. Constitui um direito e uma obrigação às nossas nações ambicionar um Conselho de Segurança que seja mais responsável, representativo, transparente, relevante e, acima de tudo, eficaz. Senhora Presidente, Excelências, no compromisso com a paz espelha-se na forma como nos relacionamos no mundo. Por meio da concertação político-diplomática e da cooperação multilateral no seio da comunidade dos países da língua portuguesa, Timor-Leste une-se ao esforço coletivo de promoção da harmonia, solidariedade e inclusão, contribuindo para enfrentar desafios globais e regionais. Como membro da G7+, Timor-Leste tem levado a sua experiência interna de estabilidade pós-conflito para influenciar a agenda global de paz e de desenvolvimento sustentável, inspirando ações coordenadas e diplomacia baseada em partilha e troca, com o objetivo de transformar fragilidade em resiliência. Na 6ª reunião ministerial do G7+, realizada em abril de 2025 em Dili, Timor-Leste e o coletivo dos países afetados por conflitos renovaram o seu compromisso com a construção da paz, resiliência e desenvolvimento sustentável. Excelências, Senhora Presidente e Senhoras e Senhores, atingir os 17 Objetivos do Desenvolvimento Sustentável e cumprir a Agenda para 2030 deve ser uma prioridade para todos e é com apreensão que observamos que muitas das metas com que nos comprometemos estão longe de serem alcançados. Timor-Leste aderiu formalmente à Organização Mundial do Comércio em 2024 e depois de um percurso dedicado para atingir todos os critérios de elegibilidade, Timor-Leste integrará na qualidade de membro pleno, já no próximo dia 26 de outubro, a Associação de Nações do Sueste Asiático, mais um marco no nosso processo de construção. Trata-se de um momento de extrema relevância para o desenvolvimento econômico nacional, integração regional e reconhecimento internacional, do qual nos orgulhamos. Timor-Leste, alinhado com os seus ODS, no seu Plano Estratégico de Desenvolvimento 2011-2030, e tem feito progressos assinaláveis com políticas públicas efetivas e direcionadas. Com o atual governo, estamos ainda a iniciar a transição energética para a produção de energias através de fontes renováveis e a estabelecer uma política consolidada de economia azul. Tendo ratificado o Acordo sobre a Biodiversidade para além da jurisdição nacional, o BBNG, em setembro de 2024, Timor-Leste aprovou em junho último, a nível nacional, a orientação estratégica da Política e Plano de Ação para a Economia Azul 2025-2030, focada no desenvolvimento sustentável dos recursos marinhos, melhoria das condições de vida das comunidades costeiras e proteção dos ecossistemas. Não obstante, a concretização do conjunto dos ODS não depende unicamente da vontade individual de cada nação. Depende, sim, do empenho concertado e colaborativo a nível global, da partilha de valores de humanidade, do combate à desigualdade, da coexistência pacífica e defesa da nossa única casa, o planeta Terra. Não podemos esquecer da enorme desigualdade existentes no mundo e se para as nações desenvolvidas atingir os ODS é uma simples escolha política, alocando verbos nos seus orçamentos. Para muitas nações, a sua concretização depende de apoio ao desenvolvimento, depende da solidariedade e da cooperação internacional em termos de recursos financeiros e transferência de conhecimento. Timor-Leste, enquanto parte do G7+, o Grupo das Nações Menos Desenvolvidas e dos Pequenos Estados Insulares em Desenvolvimento é, tal como todas as nações pertencentes a estes grupos, especialmente vulnerável aos vários fatores que colocam em risco a concretização dos ODS. É necessário reconhecer as circunstâncias especiais dos pequenos estados insulares em desenvolvimento, um princípio basilar do desenvolvimento desde 1992, respaldado no Compromisso de Sevilha e na Agenda da Antigua e Barbuda para os CIDs. As vulnerabilidades e circunstâncias únicas dos CIDs, com o seu pequeno tamanho, localização remota e recursos limitados, necessitam de apoio e abordagens ao desenvolvimento específicas e diferenciadas. É particularmente urgente que os compromissos assumidos se traduzam em meios de implementação previsíveis e ampliados. Outros aspectos relevantes neste contexto são o uso do Índice de Vulnerabilidade Multidimensional, ou MVI, um lugar a todas as mesas para CIDs. Não é mais possível ter discussões e decisões sobre os assuntos que mais nos impactam sem nos incluir. Urge reformar a arquitetura financeira internacional para que o uso do MVI em políticas de apoio e desenvolvimento, acesso ao financiamento condicional e assistência técnica. As alterações climáticas estão a colocar em causa e já precária segurança alimentar, a fustigar os nossos países com desastres naturais e que desviam importantes recursos para a reconstrução de infraestruturas e apoio às vítimas. É por isso importante, sobretudo, para os países industrializados e maiores poluidores, sermos escrupulosos com os compromissos de Acordo de Paris e o Pacto Climático de Glasgow, alocando recursos para uma verdadeira justiça climática. A oportunidade para chegarmos a esse objetivo está diante de nós. Já em novembro próximo, no COP30 em Belém, é a nossa oportunidade para colocarmos a ambição na causa certa, honrado e compromisso de Sevilha. É igualmente urgente melhorar as capacidades digitais, incluindo a inteligência artificial dos nossos países menos desenvolvidos, salvaguardando simultaneamente a segurança cibernética. Para tal, é necessário investir em infraestruturas digitais, melhorar a literacia digital e implementar iniciativas do governo eletrônico. A promoção da investigação e inovação no domínio da inteligência artificial, a preparação dos recursos humanos e a criação de políticas de enquadramento são também cruciais para fomentar o crescimento. No entanto, a cooperação internacional continua a ser essencial para estabelecer um quadro regulatório de utilização e desenvolvimento da inteligência artificial. Senhora Presidente, Excelências, em maio último, Timor-Leste acolheu a Conferência Regional do Comitê Especial das Nações Unidas para a Descolonização. Este encontro teve um significado profundo para o Comitê e para todos os que prezam os valores da autodeterminação, da democracia e da dignidade humana. A realização deste encontro em solo leste timorense, pela primeira vez, permitiu testemunhar o nosso exemplo como um caso de sucesso e renovar a esperança coletiva da liberdade e solidariedade, corroborando o papel crucial das Nações Unidas na defesa dos povos. Na mesma semana, acolhemos em Dili a primeira Conferência de Solidariedade da Ásia-Pacífico para o Saara Ocidental. A voz do povo saharaui, silenciada há meio século no cenário internacional, carece e merece a nossa atenção e a nossa ação coletiva e estratégica. A ligação de Timor-Leste com a história do Saara Ocidental é do foro moral. Nas palavras do nosso primeiro-ministro Kairala Xanana Guzmão, o sofrimento do povo saharaui foi uma lição para Timor-Leste, na hora de decidir sobre a sua própria consulta popular, pois o adiamento em 1992 do referêndum prometido no Saara Ocidental marcou todos aqueles que sonhavam com a sua independência. Tendo o sofrimento do povo timorense terminado, afinal, primeiro do que o dos nossos irmãos, seremos sempre nesta causa e em todas as plataformas de diálogo, amplificadores da defesa do direito à autodeterminação do Saara Ocidental, apelando à resolução coletiva do conflito. Com base na sua própria experiência de ocupação e sofrimento prolongado, Timor-Leste continua a defender a promoção do diálogo, a mediação e o exercício multilateral, na procura de soluções pacíficas, duradouras e sustentáveis como caminho para a paz. Timor-Leste congratula-se, assim, pela votação avassaladora da Declaração de Nova Iorque no passado dia 12 sobre a solução pacífica na questão do Médio Oriente e a implementação da solução de dois Estados. Timor-Leste reconheceu o Estado de Palestina em 2004, 2 anos após a sua própria independência. Não julgávamos, todavia, vir a assistir ao agravamento do conflito nas proporções em que hoje decorre. É urgente a implementação do roteiro previsto na declaração votada, nomeadamente o cessar-fogo imediato em Gaza, a libertação de todos os reféns, o estabelecimento de um Estado palestino soberano com o apoio e colaboração da comunidade internacional, assim como o desarmamento do Hamas e a normalização da relação entre Israel e os países árabes vizinhos, para a garantia da segurança coletiva da região. Mais urgente ainda é a resposta à crise humanitária na faixa de Gaza, depois de declarada oficialmente a situação de fome e genocídio na região. Não percamos mais tempo com a terminologia. Não obstante, a clareza
and environmental consequences of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, including ongoing attacks against essential infrastructure, which have caused devastating impacts on the civilian population, including women and children. We call on all parties to the conflict to comply with their obligations under international humanitarian law to spare civilians and civilian objects, to ensure the safety of all in accessing humanitarian relief, and to refrain from attacking and destroying items indispensable to civilian survival. We cannot ignore the many of other theaters of violence and instability that weigh heavily on our common conscience, from the Sahel to the Horn of Africa, from the Great Lakes region to Haiti and Southeast Asia, right on our doorstep. Each of these crises carries its own history and complexity, yet they share a tragic pattern: the suffering of civilians, the erosion of trust in institutions, and the perpetuation of cycles of displacement and loss. Our collective responsibility is to ensure that none of these situations are consigned to silence or neglect. They demand not only humanitarian relief and respect for international law, but also the sustained investment of this organization in prevention, dialogue, and inclusive political solutions that restore hope and dignity to those who endure them. There can be no justice without accountability. At a time when violations of international law, including international humanitarian law and acts of aggression, are on the rise, it is urgent that we all promote and defend our institutions and their work. We are deeply concerned by the imposition of sanctions on judges and other elected officials of the International Criminal Court, and we call for their immediate lifting. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, Timor-Leste strongly supports the lifting of the economic, commercial, and financial embargo against the Republic of Cuba, which we consider a violation of human rights that harms the Cuban people and limits their access to essential goods. Cuba is one of Timor-Leste's strongest partners in the health sector, having trained more than 1,000 professionals and provided direct assistance to our patients in hospitals. With its active role in development assistance and in promoting peace, we consider Cuba's inclusion on the list of state sponsors of terrorism entirely unjustified, and therefore call for its immediate removal from the list. In the same spirit, we are also concerned by the imposition of unilateral coercive measures, such as those currently applied to Venezuela. These sanctions impose suffering on the Venezuelan people, hinder the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and leave many behind. We call for dialogue and negotiation between the parties to alleviate the misery that afflicts the Venezuelan people. Excellencies, Madam President, to conclude, this 80th session of the General Assembly reminds us that the United Nations, though imperfect, remains our greatest common instrument for peace and collective progress. The values enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, the sovereignty of states, respect for human rights, the peaceful settlement of disputes, and cooperation for development, remain the compass that guides us. Let us therefore renew our commitment to multilateralism, not as an abstract principle, but as a daily practice of listening, compromise, and joint action. Timor-Leste, through its hard-won independence, stands as proof that when the international community acts with unity and determination, even the smallest and most fragile states can take their rightful place in the family of nations. As demonstrated by the race to ratify the Agreement of Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, which will enter into force on 17th January 2026, it is in multilateralism, in respect for international law, and in inclusive dialogue among all of us that hope resides for a better world for generations to come. Thank you very much.
I thank the Chair of Delegation of Timor-Leste. We've heard the last speaker in the general debate. I will now deliver my closing remarks. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of this week, we referred to the United Nations as the house of diplomacy and dialogue, standing at a crossroads, a place where we gather to have hard conversations during challenging times. If this high-level week is an indication, this house is fulfilling that purpose. The United Nations is still relevant. Over the past week, we have heard from 189 member states, including 124 heads of state and government. Delegations, I thank you for your proactive leadership, for embracing diplomacy, for not shying away from the hard topics, for proving why our United Nations remains critical, especially facing a crossroads. I would like to thank the host country, the United States, for their continued and generous support, reminding that the host country agreement obliges to give access to all delegations, as otherwise the House of Diplomacy would not work. I express my deep gratitude to the City of New York, particularly the NYPD, as well as colleagues across the UN Secretariat for making the high-level week possible. Finally, I thank my OPGA team, led by my chef de cabinet, for their tireless dedication, their countless briefing notes, and for being my ears and eyes throughout this high-level week. Across the week, certain themes resonated above all others. Chief among them, peace and security. Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, and the many forgotten ones. The clear message was, member states must do more to stem the tide of war and violence, to protect and feed starving civilians in Gaza, to return to peace to Ukraine, to protect women and girls in Sudan. This organization is only as strong as our collective will to uphold the principles of our Charter and international law. And when we do, progress follows. Monday's high-level international conference on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine demonstrated clearly that what happens in this hall matters. The conference, coupled with the New York Declaration, showed diplomatic movement on an issue long considered immovable. But while we are gaining traction politically, on the ground, the situation remains catastrophic and unacceptable. We should not delude ourselves. The real test now is whether the momentum generated here can be translated into tangible, short-term measures in and for Gaza. An immediate ceasefire, a surge in humanitarian aid for the civilians, the immediate release of the remaining hostages, and lay the foundation for a peaceful, long-term perspective, the realization of the two-state solution. The only way to achieve lasting peace, security, and dignity for both Israelis and Palestinians. The Charter is not only a blueprint for peace, it's also a vision for shared progress across every pillar. Dozens of delegations spoke on the impacts of climate change and the ticking clock we face in delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. That clock does not stop while we are here in this room. I don't know if you were in the hall, but as the Prime Minister of the Bahamas was delivering his remarks here, his country back home was bracing for the landfall of the cyclone Nene. It's happening now. Climate crisis won't stop if we deny it. The climate crisis is the biggest security threat in this century. We face it together or we suffer alone. Conversely, if we work together to tackle climate change, we can capitalize on the benefits all together. Last year alone, investment in renewable energy amounted to $2 trillion. So as you can see, there are also positive tipping points. Looking at the amount invested in renewable energy, there's no way back, as no investor wants stranded investments. And thus I commend member states who joined the UN Climate Summit and pledged stronger, more ambitious climate targets in the light of COP30 in Belém. The general debate. Consequences. Issues, including the high-level meeting on non-communicable diseases and mental health, the 30th anniversary of the World Programme of Action on Youth, and the global dialogue on artificial intelligence. The discussion on AI in particular lent only further credence on the argument that we are better together. Few of us would be comfortable leaving the benefits or risk of this immense resource in the hands of a few. The opportunities are vast, as we discussed all together, from farmers accessing plans for resilient seeds, to city planning, to disaster risk management. AI is a tool that must be harnessed for all of humankind, equally in a controlled manner. This last point bears repeating, as the risks of AI are becoming only more prevalent, and age-old biases are being perpetuated by algorithm. As you can see, for example, when 99% of sexual-related deepfakes are targeting women and girls. Yet, as we also heard and saw on Monday's celebration of 30 years since Beijing, when female leaders spoke, one after the other, there's power in joining forces, in taking the right course at the crossroads and doing the right thing. So many strong female presidents, many the first of their country, all reminded us that women's rights are the yardstick of freedom of a society. If women are not free, eventually no one will be free. But the opposite is also true. If women are free, finally everyone will be free. If women are not represented equally or participate equally in societies, economies perform worse. Some estimates note that closing the gender gap would add 7 trillion to the global GDP. And a few words through applause from this audience as often as that of the mention of a future possible Madam Secretary General. Excellencies, throughout the week there were moments of energy, even electricity, where we really felt the collective will to do better, to reach further, to choose the right path at the crossroads. It's an energy that reminds us that this institution indeed matters, that we need it more than ever. An energy that also proclaims now is the time to grow and change. Colleagues, this is an energy, a moment in time that we need to grab and run with. And the conditions are there. Indeed, UN 80 and the reform agenda was, as they say, the hot topic throughout the week. The Secretary General's report on mandate implementation review, the revised budget and his proposals for structural changes and programmatic realignments offer us a concrete pathway to make this institution better, stronger, more effective, fit for purpose. But this is not only about trimming budgets. It's about strengthening delivery. It is about priorities. For that reason, it is important that delegations take the discussions here back to their capitals. Discuss also back home in national parliaments how every government can constructively support and implement these processes in a way that make this institution work better, deliver better. For all of us, but especially for those who still look to the streaming blue flag as a sign of hope, even in the darkest hours. For those who have the benefit of living in peace and social security, and, as recent surveys showed, even in spite of all global narratives, still value the benefits and necessities of the UN. On this point, I would like to thank the many delegations who responded to my call for positive reflection on the UN's 80th anniversary. We have heard dozens of statements infused with this theme of better together, of countries who freed themselves from colonialism to join as an independent state, the family of nations, of countries like my own who reunified because of the international community, of countries who sought support from the UN for mediation, for peacekeeping, for democratic reform, for aid and relief. Even if we have not always succeeded, but the point is that we have always tried. Excellencies, these examples highlight specifically why this organization was created: to tackle the problems no country alone can solve, to support others in their times of need. This week's general debate, with strong engagements and impassioned words, showed that we are capable of finding the strength to lift up our common leadership, to find collective solutions, and to take the right path at the crossroads. Let us go forward in this spirit. As also outlined in our just launched year-long campaign, let us be inspired by the legacy of our past and daring for a better future that is better together, unafraid, unbroken, united. I thank you. The exercise of the right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of the right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and to 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by delegations from their seats. I call on the representative of Mali.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegation of Mali does not aim to exercise its right of reply. Nonetheless, personal attacks, condescending attacks waged by the Algerian Minister of Foreign Affairs compel us to intervene, to correct the untruths we heard. Out of respect for the decorum of this august assembly and the good that the United Nations embodies, my delegation will not lower itself to the level of the invective and basically indecent attacks proffered by the Algerian Minister of Foreign Affairs. By doing this, Algeria deliberately decided not to mention at all the events which resulted in unprecedented tensions between our two countries. On our side, we would like to reiterate what Mali has said earlier. This is the statement delivered by Abdoulaye Maïga, Prime Minister and head of, and to take ownership of the peace process. There were then disputes regarding the destruction by the Algerian armed defense forces of surveillance and reconnaissance drones of the Malian armed and security forces in the night between the 35th of March and the 1st of April 2025. A few hours after the incident transpired, the Malian government learnt from the press of a communique issued by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Algeria claiming ownership for the destruction of a drone which purportedly violated Algerian airspace 2 kilometers. In order to conduct an in-depth investigation, the Malian authorities requested from the Algerian authorities to provide them the evidence underpinning their allegations. Over 72 hours later, no satisfactory follow-up was provided by the Algerian party. Following out, the government of Mali drew a conclusion refusal to cooperate. Second, specific data about the need for it of the fact that guilty before the world. The lack of transparency on the part of Algeria vis-à-vis the ICJ is grist to the mill of the Malian government. That is, the fact that the drone was destroyed. It's further proof of the fact that Algeria supports terrorist groups. The government of Mali deplores the fact that instead of responding to the facts we've established and documented, the Algerian regime has opted for defamatory invective to try and conceal its support for extremist groups, including the terrorist leaders that were targeted by the downed Malian drone. We denounce this flagrant violation committed by Algeria against my country in contravention of Mali's efforts to support the FLN and the support we provided to our neighbors, our brothers, our friends, the people of Algeria during their liberation struggle. Thus, the government of Mali As a consequence, the government of Mali reaffirms its call for the Algerian regime to put an end to this unacceptable interference in the domestic affairs of Mali, as well as its support to terrorist groups which are destabilizing the Sahel. The Algerian regime would be better served to focus its efforts on its own contradictions and the government's challenges, which are vast and from which it has been distracted. We call on the Algerian regime to change its approach and to improve its relations with neighbors working in good faith for stability, collective security, and sustainable development in the region, in full respect for the sovereignty of states. By way of conclusion, I'd like to reassure you that the Malian government will spare no effort in defending our national territory and ensuring that we protect our people and our property. I thank you.
I call on the representative of Morocco, followed by Algeria.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Morocco would like to exercise its right to reply following the intervention by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Algeria this morning. Without any animosity nor wishing to create any polemic, I would like to provide some clarifications and also restore some truths on the following points. The Algerian Minister of Foreign Affairs recalled that the issue of the Sahara was on the General Assembly's agenda for almost 62 years now. I'd like to say that history is stubborn. History will remember that it was Morocco that listed the issue of Sahara on the decolonization list. This didn't happen all of itself, but rather thanks to Morocco's claims, which has continued to reiterate its claims since 1956. The minister also stated that the Security Council adopted its first resolution on the issue of the Sahara 50 years ago. That's very well, but I would have liked us to, for the minister to also refer to the General Assembly resolution, since we are sitting in the General Assembly. Indeed, in this chamber, the General Assembly adopted its own resolution 3458B. This took note of the Madrid Agreement that brought an end to the Spanish colonization of our southern provinces. 3. The minister stated that MINURSO was created 34 years ago. Very well, that's true also. But the issue of the Moroccan Sahara doesn't stop at the creation of MINURSO, nor did it start with the creation of MINURSO. It cannot be reduced to the establishment of MINURSO either. The history of the Moroccan Sahara must be integrated into everything that has happened around and what happened after the establishment of MINURSO. That is the decision of the Security Council to put to one side all of the resolutions concerning the Sahara as they related to MINURSO by proclaiming the political solution for the settlement of this dispute. That was 21 years ago. And above all, the Security Council has done ever since 2007, adopted a resolution over the last 18 years that reiterates the preeminence of the Moroccan Autonomy Plan, which it believes is serious and credible. 4. I'd like to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs who talked about realities imposed on the Moroccan Sahara. The reality in Moroccan Sahara today is billions of investment, it is peace, it is stability, it is the longest bridge in Africa, a highway from the north to the south of the Sahara, it's universities in every city, hospitals, university hospitals, the deepest port in Africa, Atlantic port in Africa. It is freedoms, elections, a free culture, civic participation of the Sahara population in all political, cultural and economic activities of the region, and above all, the emancipation of young people who are just as active in the north and the south of Morocco in our political, cultural and economic life. These are the realities of the Sahara. And I just wanted to add, since we are in a diplomatic forum here, our reality is that we have 30 consulates in the Moroccan Sahara. That means that we also have some recognition. There is investment, billions of dollars of investment. And I'd just like to recall here that the United States have instructed their development agencies, their investment agencies, their companies to invest in Moroccan Sahara, because irrespective of the view that you might take on the status of Morocco, there is one right which is irreversible, that is the right to development. And the right to development means in Morocco that we invest in depth for prosperity, for development, and to ensure hospitals, schools, roads, security for our population. The right to development isn't just the responsibility of the state concerned, but also it is an international responsibility of our partners. Hence the decision of Europeans, Americans this week, and other partners, particularly large multinationals who are interested in the Saharan development for the benefit of our Saharan population. The fifth observation that I'd like to share following the intervention of His Excellency the Foreign Affairs Minister of Algeria. Algeria is currently sitting in the Security Council, but the Sahara is not currently being addressed as a matter solely of decolonization. The Security Council addresses this as a matter of peace and security, and above all, in the context of the peaceful settlement of disputes. I'd like to thank him for addressing this issue. Sixth remark that I'd like to share. His Excellency the Minister asked 5 questions, fundamental questions for the settlement of this dispute. That's all very well. But what question did he never asked? Algeria is saying that it is not a party setting conditions and fundamentals for the settlement of this dispute. On what grounds, if it's not a party to this? We welcome the fact that Algeria can now say, okay, these are the conditions for the settlement of this dispute. We hope that today's statement can be extended and reflected on the other side of this building in the Security Council, so that we can fully engage in a political process and ensure that we have participation in the round table to relaunch a political process and to reach the settlement of this dispute, which has gone on all too long. 7th point. I'd like to say that I cannot conclude on a negative note here. I'd like to conclude in echoing the message of His Majesty the King that was stated on the 30th of July last, that was addressed towards our neighbour Algeria. His Majesty the King reiterated the international momentum and support of more than 120 countries that support the Moroccan autonomy plan, the dozens of countries that have recognized Moroccan Institute, and the members of the Security Council that have reiterated either the Moroccan autonomy plan as more than 2/3 of the EU members that are in favour of the initiative for the definitive settlement of this issue. His Majesty the King, when he referred to all of these outcomes, said, and I quote His Majesty the King, that this is a favourable position towards law and legitimacy, inspires us. It pushes us further towards a quest for a consensus-based solution that would save face for all parties, where there are not winners or losers. That's the end of the quote of His Majesty the King. Thank you very much.
I call on the representative of Algeria.
شكرا سيدة رئيس.
Thank you, Madam President. My delegation has asked for the floor to respond to the statements by 2 delegations in this hall as they exercise their right of reply. First, concerning Mali. We are surprised. This is our first comment. We are surprised. When the representative of Mali talks about decorum, he should rather teach decorum. The representative of Mali, he teach the representative of Mali decorum.
في كلمة الجزائر صباح اليوم.
The representative of the junta. Second, the representative of the foreign minister of Algeria. His statement was comprehensive. He refuted the claims, the provocations that we've listened to 2 days ago by the representative of the putschists in Mali. It was abundantly clear that the response of the foreign minister was addressed to the putschist junta in Mali. In addition, Algeria does not and will not succumb to desperate attempts to provoke us. Out of respect, out of appreciation to the neighborly, brotherly Malian people, we do not and will not succumb to such distortions led by a putschist junta, whose representative, who came here to speak on the behalf of this junta, came here to talk from this rostrum to settle his personal scores with my country. Second, regarding Western Sahara, in response to the distinguished representative of Morocco, I would like to clarify, first and foremost, the following. The intervention by Algeria, delivered by the Minister of Foreign Affairs this morning, abided strictly by the historic parameters agreed by all at the United Nations, the legal and historical parameters, especially the decolonization agenda of the United Nations when it comes to Western Sahara. However, since the distinguished Moroccan delegation chose to exercise the right of reply to the Algerian intervention, it is an opportunity for us to present some points, or to respond to some points that the distinguished representative of Morocco has addressed. He referred to the Western Sahara issue being a decolonization issue at the United Nations. I have to recall some legal and historical parameters when it comes specifically to this matter. We cannot accept such claim. We cannot accept such claim. There is no such thing as regarding the Western Sahara as a non-self-governing territory. However, because adding a region to the list on the decolonization agenda goes back to the countries that are responsible for this particular region, according to Resolution 1514. This resolution is adopted by the GA based on information provided by the administering powers. The administering power has the right to ask, can provide information according to Article 11 of the Charter, especially Article 37E. I recall and remind you of the decolonization agenda of the United Nations. In 1946, the first list was presented when 8 countries provided a list of 72 territories that are concerned with decolonization. And in 1963, the General Assembly approved revised list of 60 region as non-self-governing territories. That includes the Western Sahara. I have the documents, I have the lists, I have the numbers of those documents, but I don't want to talk for too long. When it comes to Western Sahara, this issue was not part of Resolution 66 of 1946 for a simple reason, because Spain was not yet a member of the United Nations until 1955. It was the administrating power. In 1955, and Morocco was then still under the protectorate, the Secretary General of the United Nations corresponded with Spain and asked Spain whether it manages a non-self-governing territory. So in 1958, Spain claims that it does not have any non-self-governing territories. And the territories that it administers are Spanish territories. Spain did not provide any information on this territory under Article 73 until 1960, where there was a draft resolution in the Fourth Committee to consider the issue of Western Sahara. And I have the statement by the administering power, the statement delivered back then. Before the establishment of C24, the information provided by the administering power on Western Sahara, this information has already been sent to the Information Committee, which was a predecessor of the C24, and that was in 1961. When the Committee of Information was dismantled and the C24 took its place, the issue of Western Sahara was added to the list of non-self-governing territories that fall under Resolution 1514, the resolution on decolonization. This all to show that the issue of Western Sahara is registered under the decolonization agenda of the United Nations. And this leads me to another issue addressed by the distinguished Moroccan delegate, the issue of addressing Western Sahara at the Security Council. As a matter of international peace and security, in all Security Council resolutions, it is stated that the Fourth Committee, the C24, and the General Assembly shall continue to consider the Western Sahara issue as a decolonization issue. All Security Council resolutions stress this matter. A final point, since the Moroccan delegation has referred to how Algeria considers the Western Sahara issue and why we even consider this issue. We are a responsible member of the United Nations. Algeria addresses all just causes. Second, Algeria is a neighboring country, and it is concerned with what transpires in neighboring countries. We must, it is our duty as a responsible member in the United Nations, we must respond, we must explain what needs to be explained regarding this issue and in other issues. If there is insistence to drag Algeria as a party to this issue, Algeria says the following. I repeat what the Foreign Minister has said this morning. Algeria says negotiate with the party concerned. There's a need for direct, unconditional negotiations in good faith between the Polisario Front, the party concerned, and the Kingdom of Morocco, the other party concerned, to settle this issue. I thank you.
I now call on the representative of Mali for a second intervention. May I remind you of time to be 5 minutes.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam President. I won't take up too much of our time. I just decided to request the floor to say the following. I listened very carefully to the response of the representative of Algeria. I was expecting to hear answers regarding the root of the tensions between Mali and Algeria, but we heard the same ad hominem attacks, the same invective we heard earlier. The root, the crux of the problem, is the unacceptable interference of Algeria in the internal affairs of Mali. That's the first thing. And second, it is the destruction of the drone of the Malian armed and security forces by the Algerian regime. So I do have two requests for my Algerian counterpart. The first being for him to please tell his authorities to consent to our application instituting proceedings with the ICJ, and also to provide any evidence which was not provided to the Assembly. And my second request is an invitation for the Algerian authorities to stop their hostile acts against Mali and to opt for a constructive approach in keeping with the traditions of good neighborly relations between our two brotherly nations. I thank you very much, Madam President.
May I take it that it is the wish of the Assembly to conclude its consideration of agenda item 8? It is so decided. I would like to thank all of you, all delegations again, for this year's high-level week. I wish you a good day. The meeting is adjourned.